Hi, welcome to the course. Before we proceed with the course, let us now check out why Flutter. Why not other frameworks for developing the mobile applications? Well, to be frank, there are three major ways to create mobile applications. The first one can be developing applications using native frameworks. Next, we have hybrid applications, and then we have develop mobile applications using web frameworks. Now, in case of native application, we use the native tools, such as developing Android apps using Android Studio and using the language of Java or Kotlin, developing iOS application using Xcode and using language such as Swift or Objective-C. The user experience in both the case is quite wonderful. And also, they are backed by major giants such as Google and Apple. So they gets updated with new features in regular intervals. But they have some disadvantage as well. When you develop native application, you have to create two separate applications for both the platforms, which means you have to maintain two separate code base for each platform. Well, that requires a lot of time and resources and also cost a lot of money. Now coming to next, we have web applications. Well, if you are a web developer and know HTML, CSS and JavaScript, then I guess it is best for you. You can develop mobile applications by using your own experience and knowledge. But unfortunately, in many of the cases, the performance of these applications are not so native. Your user might feel that it is just an website that has been transformed into a mobile application, resulting in poor user experience. Now moving on to next, we have hybrid applications. Well, in case of hybrid application, we can develop it by using the one single code base. You can develop applications for both Android and iOS. Well, these are the frameworks that can be used to develop hybrid applications, such as Xamarin, Cordova, Ionic, and React Native. And I'm pretty sure you have heard about these frameworks. But again, when it comes to advanced native features, these hybrid applications lag behind. Now the question arises, where do Flutter stands? Well, Flutter falls under the category of hybrid application. Now you might say, since Flutter falls under hybrid application, so should we go for it or not? Well, trust me, Flutter is different. It has a lot of features that is lacking in these frameworks mentioned above. So how Flutter is different? Well, firstly, Flutter uses Dart as a language. So we basically develop Flutter application using Dart. Well, Dart is strongly typed object-oriented language developed by Google. By strongly typed language, I mean to say it is statically typed language. Now Dart has very fast development cycle because it supports JIT, that is just-in-time compilation. Well, it is a kind of compilation which results in faster compilation of the code during application development. That is, whenever you make any changes to your code, you can reload your application in your device very fast, in no time. It is also known as hot reload of the application. Now when the application is ready to launch in the market, Dart supports AOT compilation, that is ahead of time compilation. In this type of compilation, while running the application on the device, it is much faster. So for the end user, it simply provides seamless user experience. So we can say that for developers, JIT, that is just in compilation, results in faster application development. Now when the development is over, for the end users, AOT provides faster application execution in the runtime. So it's a win-win situation for both developers and application users. Now in case if you want to know more about just-in-time compilation and also ahead-of-time compilation, then simply check the link in the description below the video. Now moving on, since Flutter uses Dart, so it simply makes Flutter different from other hybrid frameworks. So due to Dart, we can say that we have faster application development in case of Flutter and also faster execution time due to JIT and AOT respectively. Well, that's one of the main reasons why Flutter is different. Flutter provides a very similar user experience compared to native applications like Android and iOS. And again, maintaining code using Flutter is very easy, just because we have a single code base for both Android and iOS. So now we have got enough reasons why you should go for Flutter. Now this course comes with few prerequisites. Since Flutter uses Dart for application development, so you should know how to write code in Dart language. Now in case if you don't know Dart, then you must know one of the object-oriented programming language, such as Java, C Sharp or Kotlin. And you must have a laptop with Windows, Mac OS or Linux operating system. It's totally up to your choice. And if you have an Android device or iOS device, then you are good to go. In case you don't have these, then you have to install emulator in your system. So in the next video, let us set up Flutter on Windows, Mac or Linux. See you all in the next video. Thank you. Flutter setup and installation. Currently we are in section 1 and we are about to check out the second video of this section. So in this video we are basically going to install the required software on Windows, Mac or Linux. So firstly you have to download the Flutter SDK, and then to create Flutter application you have to install either Android Studio or Visual Studio Code, or even you can use any editor like Sublime Text along with CLI, that is command line tools. Now for this course I will be using Android Studio. Now once you install the Android Studio, you have to install the required plugin such as Flutter plugin along with Dart plugin. Now before we start setting up Flutter, you have to make sure you are connected to the internet throughout the whole process. So go to the browser and simply navigate to this link. The link to this page you will find in the description below the video. So firstly let me show you how to install it on Windows, and then we will go for Mac and Linux. So for Windows, the first step you have to do is get the Flutter SDK and place it within your C drive as mentioned here. And also make sure you remember this path where you have saved your Flutter SDK. Your next step will be to update your path by adding it to your environment variables. Now once you are done with all of these things, open your command prompt and type flutter doctor. It will actually help you to know what are the missing softwares or tools. Your output will look something like this. Just follow the instructions. Now proceeding, you have to do the Android Studio setup. So download and install the Android Studio, and finally set up your Android device as mentioned here. So if you have an Android device, then you are good to go. If you don't have it, then you have to set up your Android emulator. For that, the very first step will be to enable the virtualization in your machine. And next you have to launch the Android Studio and then set up the AVD. So for that, make sure you visit this link. In the next step, you have to configure your editor, such as the Android Studio in our case. And in case you wish to use VS Code, so in that case, check this tab. But right now I am interested for Android Studio. So here you have to install the plugin, such as Flutter and Dart plugin. So these are the steps to install them. So in the next step, you have to test your setup. So go to this link and follow the instructions. Now for Mac OS and Linux, the steps are almost similar, like we saw in case of Windows, just with some minor changes. So let us go for first Mac. So for Mac, these are the system requirement. And initially here as well, you have to first get the Flutter SDK, download it and unzip it. Next, you have to add the Flutter tool to your path. So for that, down below we have some instructions how to update your path. Please follow all of these steps step by step. Do not skip any step. And this is one of the most important steps, where you have to add the Flutter path to the batch profile present in your Mac. So make sure you do it. Once you do it, simply run Flutter Doctor in your terminal so that you can know what more tools are required for the Flutter setup. Now proceeding down below, you have to do the platform setup, such as set up your iOS or Android emulator. Now if you are on Mac and wish to run your Flutter application in iOS device, then you have to install the Xcode as well. But I will use Android Studio to run my application on the Android emulator. So I will skip Xcode and go for Android Studio. I recommend you to do the same. So install the Android Studio on your Mac and also Set up your Android device or Android emulator. The choice is yours, similar to what we saw in case of Windows. And if you are using Android emulator, then make sure to enable the virtualization on your machine in case of Mac. And then go to this link and check how to manage your AVDs. Perfect. And down below here, configure your editor for your Mac, such as Android Studio in our case, by installing the Flutter plugin and also Dart plugin. Here are the steps. And your next step will be to test your Flutter setup. Now moving on next. For the Linux, the steps are almost similar to that of Mac OS. So kindly go through it. It is totally similar. And during installation, make sure you do not skip any step. Read the full article thoroughly. Now once you are done with the installation, launch your Android Studio. And right now I will show you the last step. How to install the Flutter plugin and also the Dart plugin. Go to Configure, Plugins, Browse Repositories, look for Flutter plugin. Now during the whole process, make sure you are connected to the internet. Select Flutter and right here it will show you the install option. Just install it and it will automatically install the Dart plugin as well. After installation, restart your Android Studio. Let us start creating our first application in Flutter from the next video. See you there. First app in Flutter. Currently we are in section 1 and we are about to check out the third video of this section. So in this video we will check out how to create our first application in Flutter that says Hello Flutter. So here this is my Android Studio up and running, which we installed in the previous video. So let us start creating our first Flutter project. Select the Flutter application, click on Next. Give your project name as Flutter_app. Now the rule for naming application is lowercase with underscore. Using any other convention will result in error. Then you have to provide the Flutter SDK path which we downloaded in the previous video. So make sure you provide the path to your Flutter SDK using the 3-dot icon. Next, decide your project location. And finally, provide a description to your application. It is optional and totally up to your choice. Click on Next. Now here you have to provide the company domain name. That is your website name. Because your ultimate goal is to provide a package name which is unique in the whole world. Just because your website name is unique, so ultimately your package name will be unique here as well. Well, in future, this application package name will behave as your application URL. So of course, it needs to be unique. Once you are done, hit on Finish. And while creating your first application, make sure you are connected to internet. It might take a while to create your first application. Be patient, sit back and relax. So once your application is created, you will find this main.dart file in front of you, which is present within your library folder. And before you start, make sure you are working under the project view. Well, double check it if you are working under this project view or not. Now within the test folder, we have one more file, widget_test.dart. For now, let us delete it. Within your main.dart, this is the file where we will write our code. So right now we have some boilerplate code. Let us remove all of these code and try to write our first application from scratch so as to have a better understanding what's going on. So firstly, you have to import your material.dart package. Well, this is a library which contains all the material widgets. So this package contains the widgets which implements the material design. Now you might ask, what is material design? Well, material design is a design language developed by Google, and it simply defines some guidelines for all the applications such as Android application, iOS application, and even the websites to follow. So within our Dart application, we are going to use the widgets that will follow material design guidelines. Next, we have to declare the main method. Well, this main method is the entry point of our application. So whatever code that we will write within this method will be executed. So within this method, we have to define our run app method. Now the purpose of this method is to inflate the widget and attach it to the screen. Well, it basically means run app method will show whatever we pass in as a parameter. For example, we can use a widget known as the text widget that simply expects the first parameter as the data that you want to display on the screen. Hello Flutter in our case. Now as a second parameter, we have to pass the text direction. So for that, just you have to type text direction and it will show you the hint what exactly you want to use. So let us select this one, and after colon you have to pass in text direction dot LTR. LTR stands for left to right. Now the languages such as English, Spanish are actually left to right, and the languages such as Urdu are actually right to left. So in case of Urdu, we will write here RTL, right to left. But right now let us use LTR since we are using the English language. Perfect. Now end the statement with the help of semicolon. Now you might think, within this widget of text, how can we know what exactly we have to pass as a parameter? So for that, simply press Ctrl or Command in case of Mac and click on this text widget. It will take you to the documentation. Now here if you notice, it expects the first parameter as the data, which we have passed as the text of Hello Flutter. Now the first parameter is mandatory. Now from the second parameter, if you notice, we have the curly bracket open and close, which means they are all optional named parameters. So even if you don't pass it, it will work fine. But if you pass it, then you have to follow some guidelines. You have to use the property name such as text direction in our case, such as here text direction, then give a colon followed by its value. Well, here we are using bit of Dart programming, and I have already covered the concept of named parameters in my Dart programming series. So let us try to run our application. So for that we have to create an emulator. Go to the AVD, and from there, if you don't have any device, then simply click on create a virtual device. Select phone, and right now I will select Pixel 2. Click on next, and then under the recommended tab, you have to select an emulator. Right now I will select Android Oreo API 26. You can go for API 27 or 28 as well. It is totally up to your choice. Once you download it, click on next, and then after that click on finish. Since I've already created it, so here this is my device. I will simply launch it using this icon. Once you launch your emulator, it will simply look like a real device, but virtually present in your system. So our next step will be to run this application, and make sure on the left you have your emulator selected. So there we go, our application is up and running, and we have created a very weird application which has hello world written on the top. If you notice here, I can hardly see our text widget. So let us do one thing, let us try to shift our hello Flutter onto the center of the screen. So for that, what we can do, we can use a new widget known as the center widget that will make our text to be placed in the center of the screen. So right now let us format our code, give it a new line, and then again give a new line to the text parameters as well, like this. Well, this is the code format that we are going to follow throughout the course. And now I will wrap this text with the help of the center widget. So for that I will use center, and as a parameter first I will define its child widget. And now put this text as a child of this center. And again give a new line so as to format our code. And if you ever feel confused about your code, then these hints will actually help you to know this bracket belongs to which widget. Well, this ending bracket belongs to the text widget, and this ending bracket belongs to the center widget. So center is the outer widget, and within the center we have a child as text placed in the center of this widget. Right? Launch the application. We have successfully placed our text in the center of the screen. By just using two widgets, we have created our first application. Well, this application looks pretty ugly, isn't it? And I know we can create much better application than this. So in the next video, we will continue our discussion. But before I end this video, let me show you something. Here in your editor, if you notice, I have the line numbers. You might not have it. So couple of changes I would like to do in the settings of this IDE. If you are on Mac, then go to Android Studio and click on Preferences. And if you are on Windows, then you will find File and then Settings option. Since I am using Mac, so I will go for Preferences. Then go to System Settings. There you will find this checkbox. So make sure you uncheck it. And then in the search bar, look for the line numbers. Then go to Appearance, and there you will find this menu option, Show Line Numbers. Make sure it is checked. And also if you want, you can also check this checkbox, Show Method Separators. Once you are done, click on Apply and then OK. I have already done it. In the next video, we will check out how to design UIs with Dart. Designing UIs with Dart. Currently we are in section 1 and we are about to check out the 4th video of this section. So in this video first, we are going to modify our layout that we designed in the previous video. And then we will check out what are widgets in Dart. Before we proceed, let us get a quick recap of what we learned in the previous video. Well, as mentioned, this is our main method. And this main function is basically the entry point of our application. Within the main function, we write our run application function. Well, this run application function inflates the widget and show it on the application screen. Within this function, we have center widget along with the text widget. So they were getting displayed on the application screen. And these two center and text are basically the UI elements that are known as widgets in Flutter. So in Flutter, whatever UI elements that we see, almost all of them are widgets. So always remember that a Flutter application is mostly built of widgets. Now so far we have seen center and also text widget. In this video, let us explore further, such as material app widget, material widget, scaffold widget, also the app bar widget. So currently our application looks like this. Pretty ugly, isn't it? So let us apply some material design to our application by using a material widget. So within our run app function, let us use our new material app widget. And as a parameter, first I will pass the title, which will be the title of our application present in our device, My Flutter Application. And in our material app widget, we have one more property of home, where we can use one more widget of material. And this widget allows us to provide a color to our application. For example, use colors class dot use any color of your own choice. I will use light blue accent. And then within this widget, I will define our child property. And as a child, I will pass this center widget, which we previously created in the previous video. Remember? Paste it here. Perfect. And since we are using the latest version of Dart, so this new keyword is actually optional. So if you want, you can remove it as well. It is not required. Launch the application. So there we go, our application looks much better. If you try to minimize your application, then you will find the application name as My Flutter App, which we have just defined here. Then we have the home as material widget. So this whole screen is actually the material widget, which contains a center widget followed by a text in the center. Now this text appears to be quite dull. Let us apply style to our text. So again use a named parameter of text style. Let us try to first remove the white space. Use style property and then pass the text style. Select the color. This time I will use white. You can also define the font size of our text. Let us use 40.0. Now the font size should be in decimal, just because the font size is basically a double property. It will only accept a decimal number. Now if you want to apply more property to your text, So simply navigate to your text style. Press Ctrl or Command in case of Mac. Click on it and there you will find color property and font size property. We have a lot of more properties such as font weight, font style, and even the font family. Well, you can apply style as per your requirement. I have just used the basic styling properties. Run the application and see the changes. Much better. Well, let us now proceed and check out one more widget known as scaffold widget. So in place of home property, in case of material app widget, let us define one more widget instead of material widget directly. Let us use our scaffold widget. And trust me, this scaffold widget is very important as it allows you to place a app bar on top of your application. So use the app bar property followed by the app bar widget. Now for the app bar, let us pass the title of the app bar. My first app screen. Perfect. And I think I forgot to wrap it within the text widget. Perfect. And then right after app bar, let us define our new property such as the body of the scaffold. Now as the body of the scaffold, let us pass this material widget which we created earlier. Cut it till here and paste it here and remove the extra space. And also remove the extra comma here as well. Perfect. So I hope my code is now complete. Let us launch our application and let's see what happens. Now there we go, our application is now up and running. On the top we have the app bar which has the title of My First App Screen, which you can find here. Then we have the body that contains the material widget whose color is light blue accent. Followed by it has a center widget which contains a text widget inside it in the center that says Hello Flutter. Now notice here that our main function is growing bigger and bigger as we are adding more widgets to our application. Now remember, whenever you create any Flutter application, your main function should contain minimum code. So we have to find a solution. We have to place all of these code somewhere else because the tree hierarchy of our UI is growing bigger and becoming more complex to read. So let us see how to organize the Flutter application in the next video. Organizing Flutter application. Currently we are in section 1 and we are about to check out the 5th video of this section. So in this video we will learn how to organize your Flutter application while developing it. We ended the previous video with the conclusion that our code within main function is growing and it is looking bit messy. So here let us use some concept of Dart and try to place the code somewhere else by creating a separate class. For that in Flutter we follow a very common pattern. We create a separate class that extends from stateless widget. Well, stateless widget simply means the widget that will be returned in this class will not contain any state and it will never change in future. So here the stateless widget is a superclass and my Flutter app is a subclass. And now here we have some error. To resolve this, either you can click here and then click on this bulb icon. Select the first option, create one missing override. Once you do it, you will get this method in front of you, build method, which returns a widget and gets a parameter of build context. Now alternatively, you can solve the error by pressing Alt plus Enter as well. Well, in future, I will press Alt plus Enter to resolve such errors. Once you do it, here I will write a return statement. Now this method simply returns a widget. Well, I think it is the right time to return this widget such as material app from our My Flutter app within this method of build. So what we can do, let us cut the whole code from here till here material app and paste it here. So here we are basically returning our material app from our build method. Now here we have some error down below. Let us end it with the help of semicolon. Perfect. Now let us try to use my Flutter app within our run app method. So here, let us create an instance of my Flutter app class. Perfect. So when this statement will be executed, it is simply going to call the build function present within this class of my Flutter application. Now what is the significance of build method and when it is actually executed? Well, the Flutter framework call this method when our widget, that is this widget, will be used within our application. For example, when this statement will be executed within our run app method, then the framework will simply execute or call the build method. The build method in response will return the material app widget. So on the screen you will get the material app widget just because the run app will actually inflate the widget returned onto the screen. Pretty simple. So right now let us launch the application, and in our application we have no changes. Things are as it was before. Now on top of application we have some tag of debug mode. Well, let us try to remove it. It is not looking so good. So within our material app, as a parameter you can pass debug show checked mode banner and put it to false. Once you do it, run the application, and there we go, the tag has been removed. Perfect. Now in Dart we have something called function expressions. That is, whenever within a function you have one line of code, you can convert it into the function expression by using these two curly bracket and here as well, and put a fat arrow, which is represented by equal to and then angular bracket. Perfect. And now put this statement onto the right. So this shorten our code as well. To avoid any confusion, let us check out what is function expression. Well, our main function contained only one statement. So this was our normal method. To convert it into the function expression, you just have to remove these two curly bracket and put a fat arrow in between. Things will work as it was working before. Coming back to our application, let us take our discussion to the next level. Now suppose here this is one screen of our application. Well, it is obvious that our application won't contain just one screen in future. It can have more than one screen, and the number of screens may reach to 30 to 40 screens per application. So in that case, it is again not possible to create as many classes for each of the screen within our main.dart file itself. So what is a solution for that? So here again we can organize our code further. For each of the screen, we can create a separate file for that. So within the lib folder, we can create one more new package and name it as app_screens. Well, the convention for the package name is lowercase with underscores. Once you create the package, let us create a new file. Dart file. First underscore screen dot dart. Well, again use lowercase with underscore. Perfect. Let us import our material.dart package and now create a separate Dart class that extends from stateless widget again. Again press Alt plus Enter to override the build method. And once again, let us return a widget from within this build method. Now this time, I will cut the code present in the body property, which is present within our scaffold widget. So let us cut the code starting from material ending till material, till here. And now paste it within our build method and end it with the help of a semicolon. So now our build method returns a material widget. So whosoever call this widget will actually get this material widget. So within our main.dart, here within the body, let us call our first screen. And now here we have some problem. We have to import this class so that we can use it within our main.dart file. Perfect. So once you import it, we can now use first screen from this file. So when you launch the application, this statement will be executed, which in turn will actually execute this method of build. And this build method in response will return our material widget, which will ultimately land here in place of first screen constructor and will appear as a body of our application. Launch the application and see the changes. When you launch the application, no changes are there. Perfect. So in this video, we just tried to organize our Flutter code. Well, remember in future, we are going to follow the same code pattern. How to keep minimum code within our main function, and also for each of the screen, how can we separate the code and put it within the respective Dart file for that particular screen. Perfect. Now so far we were dealing with UI elements and also the code structuring. Now how about adding some logical code to our application? So in the next video, let us add some logic to our application and make it functional. So see you all in the next video. Thank you. Adding logic to your code. Currently we are in section 1 and we are about to check out the last video of this section. So in this video we will see how to call a function and write some logical code there from a widget. Well, so far so good. We have created our first application and explored few important widgets. Now currently the text that you can see in front of you is basically hard-coded. That is, we have straight away mentioned a string which is hard-coded in nature. Now how about displaying your lucky number of the day? So for that we have to write some logical code. So down below here within our first screen class, just below the build method, I will define a method that returns an integer value, and the function name will be your lucky number, or you can say generate lucky number, which makes more sense. Now within this we can instantiate our random class. Well, you have to import this class which belongs to the math package. Simply press Alt plus Enter and import the library .math. Once you do it, you will find the import statement on the top of the class. Now right after this, we can generate a random number by using the nextInt function and provide the boundary as 10 and assign it to a variable. Since the method generates an integer value, so I have simply assigned it to the integer variable. Our next step will be to return this number. Perfect. So whosoever will call this function will get a lucky number which is generated randomly. Now within our text widget, in place of this hard-coded string, let us write a statement. Use string interpolation and call this function. Generate lucky number. Launch the application. So there we go, your lucky number is 2. If you run the application again, you will get a different number, such as 8 this time. So each time the user opens the application, he will see a new lucky number. Now let us simplify our code further. Well, here as a value, our code is looking a bit messy. So why don't we simplify our code and instead of integer, let us return a string value. So here, let us copy this statement and paste it here and convert it into a string value. Let us use $lucky number. Thereafter, change the return type from integer to string. So now we can change our value, just call the function. So our code now looks much better. Launch the application. Well, the output remains same. So this was a very short video on how to write the logical code within your Flutter application. So as we proceed in the course further, the complexity of the code will increase. So I will try to increase your level as we progress through the course. So finally we have reached the end of this section 1. So in this section, we first saw why Flutter, what are the advantages of Flutter over other frameworks. Then we installed the required softwares and created our first Flutter application. During the process, we explored various widgets such as text, center, material, material app, scaffold and app bar. Well, we have just covered the basics of these widgets. In future, we are going to dive deeper into these widgets. And then we saw how to organize the code within our Flutter application. And finally, we saw how to write a logical code and call the function from our widget, such as text. So that's all for this section. In the next section, we are going to dive deeper and explore widgets in detail. So see you all in the next section. Thanks for watching. Have a nice day. Thank you. Hi, welcome to the next section of this course. In this section, we are going to explore some of the basic widgets that are most commonly used in Flutter. Well, in the previous section, we learned that in Flutter, almost everything is a widget. So we can say that a Flutter application is mostly built with widgets. So in this section, we are going to cover the most commonly used widgets in Flutter, such as rows and column, text, which we also saw in the previous video, scaffold and app bar, raised button, alert dialog, box constraints, container, image, as well as size, margin and padding. Along with all of these, we will also see how to use list view and also floating action button in Flutter. So basically our objective will be to explore widgets in Flutter and use it within our application. So let us start our discussion from the next video and explore the container widget. Container widget. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the second video of this section. So in this video, we will basically cover what is a container widget. And along the way, we will cover what is box constraints, margin, and also padding. Well, this is the same application that we built in the previous section. For now, let us do one thing. Let us remove all the code and start the application from scratch. Also remove our first screen dot dot. Now within our main dot dot, let us import our material package. Define our main function. Within our run app method, we will attach a material app widget. Into this, we will pass the title as exploring UI widgets. And as a home, we will pass the home widget. Well, this home widget we have not created yet. So let us create it within our app screens package. Well, if you don't have this package, then create it within your lib folder. Once you create it within this package, let us create a new dart file and name it as home.dart. And here as well import the material package and now define the class which extends from stateless widget. So as per the rule, we have to override the build method. So now from the build function, we are going to return a container widget. Well, if you have little experience in web development, then this container widget can be related to the div element in case of HTML. So similar to div element, if you notice inside the container, you can apply the alignment, color, padding, and so on and so forth. So firstly, let us try to give the alignment to this container by using the alignment property. And right now, let's make it center. Define the color as deep purple. And also you can define the child as text, which is another widget, along with text direction left to right. Now for the text widget, we already saw the code in the previous section. And now let us try to import the home class within our main.dart. Perfect. So when you run the application, the main function will be executed, which in turn will execute the run app method. Thereafter, the material app widget will be displayed on the screen. Now as a home in case of material app widget, we are calling the home class, which is again a stateless widget defined in a separate Dart file, which in turn will return the container widget with some properties. Perfect. Launch the application and let's see the changes. There we go, our background color is deep purple with a text in the center. Now if you notice, the container widget is filling the entire screen. So the whole screen is actually the material app where the container widget is taking the entire screen. That is why it is deep purple in color. Now you can also change the alignment by using, let's say, bottom left. Run the application. So now the text is aligned at bottom left. If you want, you can make it top right as well. So it is aligned top right of the screen. Let us now revert it to center. So it is back to center. Now let us add some width and height to our container by using the width property, which again expects a decimal parameter because it is double in nature. Similarly, height as 100.0. Perfect. Launch the application. Well, right now we don't have any changes in our application. That is, the width and height property are completely ignored. So let me talk about it. Why is it happening? Now in Flutter, all the widgets has some size, or you can say some dimension. And while talking about dimension, you can call a widget as a box. So suppose this container is a box. Well, now it has some width and height. Perfect. Well, each of the box in case of Flutter follows some guidelines to attain some width and height depending on the child and also the parent width and height. Well, such guidelines are basically known as box constraints. So what about container? How container widget acquires the width and height in the runtime? Well, if you notice, the container widget has the parent widget of material app. Now in our application, the material app widget is filling the entire screen. So currently within our application, the material app has maximum height and width, which is filling the entire screen. Now this material app contains home widget, which is actually the container widget present here, which is acting as a child of the material app widget. Now the width and height of the material app widget is being passed to the child widget, that is our container widget. So the container widget, instead of using its own height and width, it is basically acquiring the width and height of its parent widget, that is the material app widget. So that is why the container widget is also taking the entire screen similar to its parent material app widget. So how to solve this issue? How can we make this container to acquire its own width and height instead of using its parent width and height? So for that we have some widgets which gives priority to the width and height of its child widget. For example, the center widget. So what we can do here, we can just wrap this container widget within the center widget. And as a child here, we can pass this container widget. So cut it and paste it here and remove the empty space. And put this semicolon in the end here. Perfect. So we have just changed one thing. Within our material app widget, now we have the child of center widget. And this center widget has a child of container widget. Perfect. So if you run the application right now, you will find the container widget is now 200 by 100 in width and height respectively. And it was only made possible due to the usage of center widget. Perfect. So for now, let us comment these two lines of code, that is width and height. Let us proceed and check out how to use margin and padding in case of Flutter in our widgets. Well, the margin can be defined as the distance between two widgets. So what should be the distance of one widget in respect to another widget is known as margin in Flutter. Now what about padding? So in case of padding, let us assume this widget is actually a box and it has some outer boundary. So this widget can be placed with respect to its boundary with some distance. So the distance of a widget from its outermost boundary is known as padding. Pretty simple, isn't it? So how to apply margin and padding? So for that we have a very common syntax. We can use edgeinsets.all constructor, and within that we can pass the value of margin. Now when you use the all constructor, you apply the margin and padding in all the four directions. So if you want to apply margin or padding in only some direction, so for that you can use the only constructor. Within that you can define right, left, top or bottom margin or padding like this, separated by a comma. So let us see the code in action. So right now if you launch the application, our application looks like this. So let us apply some margin here. By using edge insets, let us put some margin such as 15.0. Launch the application. So our container widget has some margin on all the four directions. Now what if you want to apply margin on only one direction or two directions? So for that we have a constructor of only. And then you have to provide the named parameter of left. Let's make it this time 35. So from the left we have some margin. And even you can use a comma and apply the margin from the top. Let's say 50.0. So now we have margin from the left and also from the top. Perfect. So in similar fashion, you can apply the padding as well by using the same syntax of edge insets. Perfect. But right now we don't need these values. This was just to show you the demo, so let us remove them. And right now our text widget is looking quite ugly. So let us try to style our text widget in the next video. See you there. Styling text widget. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the third video of this section. So in this video, first we will style our text widget and also learn how to apply the custom fonts to our text widget. Well, currently our text has some underline within it. So let us remove these two lines beneath our text. So for that, within our text widget, let us try adding some properties, such as by adding the style property and then define the text style. Well, this syntax we already saw in the section 1. So here we can define our decoration, text decoration, dot, we have the option of line through, none, overline and underline. Well, by default underline is present. So right now let us make it none. Launch the application. So there we go, the line has been removed. Now let us try to change our font size and make it as 75.0. So here is the changes. Now how about setting the font family of our own choice? So for that we have to follow some process. So in order to use the custom font within the Flutter application, our first step will be to download and import our font file which we want to use. And next we have to declare it within our pubspec.yaml file. And thereafter finally use it within our text widget or anywhere within our application. So let us try to execute our first step. Navigate to fonts.google.com where you will find a lot of font families which are open source in nature. You can use it free of cost. So right now I will look for the font of Railway and then add it, expand your selected family and download it. Once you download it, the zip file contains all of these font families. Well, right now instead of using all of these, I will select few of them. For example, Railway Regular, then Railway Bold and even Railway Light Italic. Copy it and within your application root folder, just create a new directory and name it as fonts. And within the fonts folder, paste it here. So after step 1, let us follow our step 2. Declare it within our pubspec.yaml. So firstly, what exactly I mean by pubspec.yaml file? Well, this file basically contains the information about your project, such as its dependencies and also the metadata. Well, if you have any experience in Anode application development, then you can compare this file with build.gradle file of your Anode application. Now you might think, what is YAML extension? That is YAML. Well, YAML stands for Ant Markup Language. And for many frameworks, it is used to store project configuration, dependencies, and metadata. So similarly for the Flutter application as well, we use pubspec.yaml file. If you open this file, then there you will find all the configurations of our application. For example, the name of the application, description, which we entered while creating our application. Then we are using the Flutter SDK as dependency, and there are many other configuration which might look new to you. But don't worry, as we proceed with the course, we will discuss all of these one by one. So right now down below you will find the font section. Well, I will now uncomment it by simply pressing command and then / on Mac, and in case you are on Windows, then simply press Ctrl and then /. Perfect. Once you uncomment it, just modify the code. For example, family as Railway. And then comes declaring your fonts. Now this as said basically refer to the file present within the fonts folder. So right now I will modify it as Railway Regular, which is present here. Railway Regular, perfect. And then we have Railway Bold. Now for this Railway Bold, we have to define its weight, such as 700. Now the weight varies from 100 to 900. For this railway bold, we have the weight of 100. You might ask, how do I know it? So for that, simply navigate to this link. If you go to Customize section, then there you will find Railway bold has the weight of 700. Now similarly, the Railway light italic has the weight of 300 and has a style of italic. So back to our application, here I have defined weight as 700. And for this style, let us remove it and add one more asset and point to one more font, light italic. Provide the weight as 300, and for this font we have a special style of italic. So I will declare it as well. Now down below we have one more font family, that is Trajan Pro. Well, currently we are using one font within our application, that is Railway. But if you want to use multiple fonts within your application, so in that case you can define one more font here, such as Roboto. And then navigate back to this page and let us look for Roboto font. Now let us download our Roboto font. Now this time I will simply select Roboto regular, copy it. But if you want, you can copy all of these, it is totally up to your choice. And paste it within our fonts folder. And now point it to that file. Perfect. Now while defining your fonts, make sure you have a perfect indentation of 2 spaces. Otherwise your application won't compile. Like this. So to use it within your application, you just have to go to Home, and then within your text style, you have to define your font family, Railway. Now this name should actually match with the name that you have defined here as Railway. And now you can try using the font weight as such as font weight dot w300. This will actually call the font which you have defined as weight of 300, that is light italic. Now run the application, and I guess we have some error in line 44 in case of pubspec in our YAML file. So I think we have one extra space here. So accordingly you have to adjust other lines as well. Just make sure after fonts you have 2 blank space, not 3. Once you are done, try running your application again. So there we go, we have our Railwire font in front of us. Now let us try to change the style as well, such as font style.italic. Run it again. So now we have successfully applied our custom font of weight 300 and style as italic. Now if you want to apply the style of, let's say 700, so in that case what you have to do, just use weight as 700. And right now I don't want it to be italic, so let us remove it. So here is the change within our text. Perfect. Now you can also change the color of your text by using, I will use colors.white. Perfect. And if you notice on the top we have something, pubspec has been edited. So whenever you make any changes in your YAML file, you have to make sure click on get dependencies, so that your application will be updated as per your changes done in your pubspec.yaml file. And try to run your application and see if the things are in place. Perfect. So things look great right now. Let us clean up our code. Perfect. So that's all for this video. In the next video, we will learn how to use rows and columns in our Flutter application. Using rows and columns. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the 4th video of this section. So in this video we will talk about how to place widgets in the row widget and also how to place widgets in the column widget. Well, we will also learn about what is expanded widget and how to apply padding and margin to these widgets. So firstly, let us check out what is a row widget. Well, suppose this is our row widget. So within the row widget, we can place multiple widgets in a row aligned horizontally, such as widget 1, 2, 3 and so on and so forth. As many widgets you can place, but in the horizontal direction. That is in a row. Now similarly, we have the column widget, where the elements or the children are arranged vertically like a column, like this. Pretty simple, isn't it? So let us implement it within our application. So within our home.dart, I have a child of text, which currently appears to be in the center of the screen. Now in the center, in place of text, let us put our row widget and place multiple text within it. So here what we can do, as a child of our container, let us put our row widget. Now as mentioned, within our row we have multiple children. So let us define our children property and define the widgets within this widget array, which you can find it here. So within the array we have to define what are the widgets that you want to place horizontally within this row. For example, widget 1, then we can place widget 2, similarly widget 3, and so on and so forth. We can place multiple widgets stacked in the horizontal position, right? Now in place of widget 1, let us put our text. Till here, cut it and paste it here. Perfect. And remove this extra comma and put some indentation. Now as a widget 2, let us again put our text. Paste it again here. And also remove this extra comma. For now, let us remove this widget 3. Let us deal with only these two elements within our row, that is text and also text. Now to format our code, let us press Alt Command L or Alt Control L in case of Windows. Perfect, this formats our code. Now let us make our font size as 35 because 75 is quite bigger. And also let us change the text, such as the flight as SpiceJet, and for the next text, let us enter the origin along with the destination. Perfect. Let us launch the application. So here our application is now up and running. So here if you notice in the center, this is one complete row. Now within the row we have two elements. The first is the SpiceJet and the second one is incomplete. From Mumbai to Bangalore, it is not completely visible on the screen just because we have a very large text that does not fit on the screen. So let us go to this run menu or window, and there you will find what is our error. It says that our content is too big for the screen. So what is the solution for that? It says that you can use expanded widget. Well, the expanded widget simply forces the elements of the row to acquire the available space. So it simply forces the children to fill the available space horizontally for the row and vertically for the column, depending on what you are using. So right now we are actually using the row. So if we try to wrap this text within our expanded widget by using the expanded widget and as a child pass this text and end it with the help of one more bracket for our expanded widget. So we have simply wrapped this text as a child of this expanded widget. Now let's see what happens in the output. So there we go, this is our one complete row. Within the row we have two elements. Now our second element was quite bigger. So when we wrapped this text within our expanded widget, so it has simply forced the text to get visible on the screen by acquiring the available space on the screen. Perfect. But still our output is not looking so good. We will deal with it later, but right now let us try to wrap this SpiceJet within our expanded widget as well. And then let's see what happens. Perfect. Launch the application. So here we go. If you notice, when you wrap all the elements within the row with the help of expanded widget, so in that case, horizontally the row has been divided equally for all the elements, such as the two text acquires now equal space on the screen. Perfect. For the second element, let us change the font size. Let us make it 20. Rerun the application. Much better. Let us now explore the column widget as well. So as a child, right now, let us change it to column, which again expects the children as a parameter. And within the widget array, you have to define widget 1, widget 2, widget 3, but this time they will be vertically stacked in a vertical column like you can see in front of you. Now suppose as a first element, I pass this row, starting from here, ending till here. Now here this last bracket actually belongs to the container. Let us give a new line here. And from this bracket, Let us try to cut all the code till this row and paste it as a first element within the child of column. Perfect. And now down below we have some error. Let us remove this extra bracket and put a bracket here in the end. Now to format your code, if you are using Android Studio, press Alt Command L or Alt Control L if you are using Windows. This will actually format your code. So within the column as a first element, we have row. Let us launch the application. So now we have outermost widget as the column. Within the column, we have a row that contains two elements. Now what if suppose we add one more element to the column just below it. So for that again, let us copy and paste the same row again. Till here, copy it, then give a comma and as a second element paste it here. And now let us modify our second element of the column, such as Air India, from Jaipur to Goa. Perfect. Launch the application. So here we go. Well, we are able to put columns and rows in place, but the UI is still looking very ugly. So let us put some padding within our container. So on the top, within this container, right below it, let us put some padding from the left such as 10 points and from the top 40.0. And again press Alt Command L if you want to format your code. Launch the application. Much better. So this was a very short video on rows and column in Flutter. In the next video, let us learn how to use image assets within our application. Using image assets. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the 5th video of this section. So in this video, we will see how to use image in our application by loading the image from the assets. Well, the assets are basically the resources that we add locally in our own application. That is, all the assets such as images are locally defined in our application and it is not loaded from the server. So let us see the code in action. Now to add an image, we have to create a new folder. Let us call it as images. Now within image, I will just paste a new file. Well, I have just added a flight.png image that appears to be like this. If you want, you can add the image of your own choice. But if you want the same image in your application, then go to the source code GitHub link that is present in the description below the video. Once you get the image, go to the pubspec.yaml file, where you have to declare that you are using this image. So on the top, you will find here the asset section. Just uncomment these two lines of code and make sure you just have two spaces from the left, 1 and 2. And similarly here as well, 1 and 2. Perfect. And then define your image name, which in my case is flight.png. You can also use other formats such as JPEG, BMP, GIF files, and so on. And now go to main.dart. Here no changes required for the code. So let us go to our home class, which is present here in home.dart file. Now on the top, if you notice, we have some issue. It says pubspec has been edited. So here just get dependencies. It will actually update your Flutter packages. Once you are done, let us now launch the application. Now from the previous video, we know that this is actually our column and these are the two elements of our column. So down below within the same column, let us add our third element as an image. So for that, what we will do, down below here, just for the sake of simplicity, I will create a new class and call it as flight image asset that extends from stateless widget. Perfect. Let us now override our build method. Great. And there, let us define our asset image. And as a parameter, you have to pass the asset name, which we have actually defined here. Just copy it and paste it here as a string value. And then define your image object. Now since we are loading our image from the assets, so here as a value of the image, I will pass asset image. And finally define your container where as a child we will have our image and then return it from your build method. Perfect. This completes our code. Now as a third element of our column, that is this column, we are going to add the third element as the image. So down below here, after this row, just put a comma, give it a new line and define your image. So for that I will just instantiate my flight image asset and we are good to go. Launch the application. Looks great, isn't it? We have the third element in our column as our flight ticket image. Now in your case, if your image looks quite bigger, so in that case, you can also assign the width and height to your image by using the width property. Let's call it 250.0 and height as again 250.0. Perfect. And for me, no significant changes. Our application looks perfect. So that's all for this video. Now in the next video, we will add a raise button and also learn how to use the alert dialog. Raised button and alert dialog. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the 6th video of this section. So in this video we will see how to use a raised button and alert dialog. So firstly, the raise button is basically a button with some elevation. And next we have the alert dialog, which is basically a pop-up dialog to give users some message. So within our same application, let us continue coding further. So down below here, let us create a separate class for our flight booking button. So our intention for this video will be to add a button just below the image. So the button will act as a fourth element of our column, such as first element, second element, third element, and our fourth element will be our button. On click of that button, we will show an alert dialog that your booking has been confirmed. So down below here, let us define a stateless widget of flight booking button. Override the build method. And from this method, let us retain a container object that will contain a raised button as a child. As a child, let us put the raised button in place. Now for this raised button, this on pressed is almost mandatory. Well, we will see to this later, but right now, let us define more properties of our button, such as the color as deep orange. Then the child of the raised button will be a text. And as a value, I will pass book your flight. Now since we are using the raised button, so let us put some elevation as well, such as 6.0. And finally, as a fourth element, after the flight image asset, let us call our flight book button. And then run the application. So there we go, we have just added a button that looks pretty dull. Now since we have defined the color of the button as deep orange, but right now it is looking grayish, just because on press of the button, we should call a function that will further perform some action, such as showing the alert dialog that your flight has been booked. But right now, let us keep it as a blank function. Here we will define our action to be performed. Run the application again. So there we go, our button is now quite visible. It is deep orange in color with a text in the center. Well, right now we can do something better for our button, such as applying some margin between these two widgets, this image and also this button. So within our container, let us put some margin, 30.0. And also, let us try to increase the width of the button and also the height of the button, that is the dimension of our button. So for that, I will modify my container width as 250.0 and height as 50.0. Perfect. Launch the application. Looks much better. Now if you notice, we are using the raised button and here we have provided some elevation of 6.0, which means our button is raised 6.0 points from its background container. And you can see a deep shadow just beneath our button. It is just because of the elevation. Now let us try to beautify our text within our button. So for that, here, for this text, let us assign some text style. And we know how to assign the text style by using the style attribute and call the text style widget. There we can assign some font size 20.0, color as white. We can even assign the font family such as railway. Now this font we have actually defined in our previous video within our pubspec.yaml file down below here, font family as railway. And also assign the weight as 700. Looks perfect. Launch the application. Much better. Now currently if you click on the button or press the button, then we can see some ripple effect. But no action is being performed on press of the button. So for that, here, whenever the user click on the button, on pressed is actually executed. We simply execute this anonymous function where we will write our code. So from here, let us call a function. Let us call it book flight. And as a parameter, pass the context of the build context, which we are getting here as a parameter within the build function. And then end the statement with the help of semicolon, and down below here, right after this build method, let us create this method, which accepts build context as a parameter. And now it is time to define our alert dialog. So I will define a var alert dialog equal to use alert dialog constructor. And then as a parameter, I will pass the title as text, flight booked successfully. And as a description, which is our content, have a pleasant flight. Perfect. Now down below here, we have to show this dialog by using a special function of show dialog. So in Flutter, all the function names are quite simple. You just have to call the function and things will be in place. Let us define the context as the incoming context of build context. Perfect. And then define our builder, which returns the alert dialog. Now this builder is basically a function handler. So we need to create a function that accepts a build context argument and returns a widget, which in our case we are returning the alert dialog. Perfect. So things are now in place. And also, what is build context? Well, this build context is basically being received within our stateless widget. Well, it simply implies the context in which a particular widget is being built. Fine. Like in Android, we have the context of the activity. In similar fashion, we have the context where we are building our widget. Now, if you run the application right now and click on the button, then this function will be executed, which is defined here, which in turn is simply going to create the alert dialog and then show the dialog. Run the application, click on the button, and there we go. This is our alert dialog. Flight booked successfully. Have a pleasant flight. Perfect. Now we can further optimize our code by using the fat arrow. Not actually optimize, but actually clean up our code using the fat arrow and using the function expression. Perfect. And on the top here as well, in case of on pressed, we can use our fat arrow, that is function expression. Looks great. And at any point of time, if you feel to reformat your code, then simply press Alt Command L or Alt Control L in case of Mac and Windows respectively. It will actually format all of your code. Perfect. So that's all for this video. In the next video, we will see how to implement list view in our Flutter application. Implementing list view. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the 7th video of this section. So in this video, we will see how to implement list view in Flutter. So within the same application, let us for a moment assume we have created a fresh application where we are inside our main.dart file, imported our material.dart package, and within our main function we have our material app widget, which has a title. If you want, you can change it to exploring list view. And in the home, let us delete this home class. And we will inflate list view in our home property. So down below here, let us define a function that creates our list view. Define the variable list view equal to the list view constructor. Now as a parameter, you have to define the children of the list view. That is, what are the widgets that you want as a list item within this list view. Now the most commonly used widget for a list view is actually the list tile, where you can define as a first parameter the leading icon, such as icon of landscape. Now there are various predefined icons that you can use within your application, such as phone, photo, laptop, landscape, and so on and so forth. Whatever icon you want, you will get it within your Flutter SDK. So right now I will select the landscape icon, and here you can see the preview of your icon. Define the title as a text of landscape. Define the subtitle. Thereafter, you can also define the trailing icon. Perfect. Now this trailing and leading are basically the properties that expects a widget. Generally, we use icon for them. If you want, you can also use any other widget. It is totally up to your choice. But right now, I am using the icon for these two. And now, in the end of this function, let us return the list view. So our method is complete, where we have the first element within our list view as list tile with some properties. Now let us call this function from our main function. So within the home, we can define get list view. Now if you try running the application, it will actually throw the exception. Just because if you have some scrollable widget that can basically overflow beyond the screen, so in that case you should never use that widget as a direct element of the home property. So what is the possible solution for that? So here, instead of using the list view, you can use the scaffold widget, which we also saw in the first section. And within this, you can use the body as the list view. Call this function. Perfect. Launch the application. So there we go, we have our list view in front of us, which has only one element as list tile. Now this list tile contains few properties, such as this is the leading icon, which you can find here. Then we have the title, subtitle, and finally in the end we have the trailing icon as well. Perfect. Now all of these properties are basically optional in nature. So let us try adding one more element within our list view. Let us copy it and paste it down below here. And then delete the subtitle and also the trailing icon. Because the properties are basically optional, it totally depends on your requirement. And even if you don't want this leading icon, then also you can remove it. Right now, let us change its value. And also let us define one more list tile. Launch the application. So we have two more elements within our list view, which you can find here, Windows and phone. Now if you notice within the list view, the property children simply expects the array of widgets. So it is not mandatory to use list tile within your list view. Well, you can use any of the widget of your own choice. For example, along with list tile, you can use a text widget. Let us call it yet another element. And along with this, if you want, you can add your fifth element as a container and assign some height to it. Let us launch the application. So there we go, down below we have the text element along with the container element as a fifth element. Now our UI is looking pretty ugly. So let us add a toolbar or the app bar on the top here. So within our scaffold widget, let us add our app bar. Launch the application. Much better. Now if you notice, our list items are currently not clickable. So if you tap on these items, nothing happens, no response. So let us try to add the onTap attribute within our first list tile. So on click of this item, let us execute an anonymous function that performs some operation. Well, right now I will just call the debug print method. Run the application. And now if you tap on this item, the first one, you can notice landscape tab was printed and rest of the item are still not clickable. So if you want, you can add the onTap method for all of these list items present here. It is totally up to your choice. Now what if within our list we have thousands of elements? So for those 1000 elements present in your list, it is not possible to add onTap parameter for all of these list items. Well, practically it is not possible. So in short, we can conclude here that the basic list view is just for few list items. Now in case if you want the long list and handle the onTap operation in a generic way, so for that you have to check my next video. Well, in this video we implemented the basic list view, which is meant for only small number of list items. Now this basic list view basically loads all the items in the memory when attached to the screen. So here we can say that never use basic list view for the larger number of items, since it is not memory efficient, which can affect your application performance. Now always wrap the list view as the home of the scaffold widget, because your list view is actually scrollable in nature, and there might be chance that it may overflow beyond the screen. Thus your application will throw the exception in the runtime. So in the next video, we will find a solution of how to implement the long list in a generic way. Implementing long list. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the 8th video of this section. So in this video, we will see how to implement a very long list within our Flutter application. So firstly, what are the steps to implement a long list? For that, first you have to prepare the data source, which you want to inflate in each of the list item within your list view. Then you have to convert the data source into the widgets, because in the end the list view expects the array of widgets. And finally, you have to use all the widgets as a children of the list view. So let us follow the steps and implement list view within our application. So firstly, within our main.dart file, we have our main function, which looks like this. Let us change the app bar title, and then down below here, let us define a function to prepare our data source. So our function will return the list of string, get list elements, list of string. I will use a special function of dot generate function, and I will generate about 1000 strings, and define our lambda expression to generate all the data sources. So this statement will simply generate the list of items, which will be 1000 in numbers, and the value of each of the item will be item 0, item 1 till item 999, and finally return these items. Now once your data source is ready, you have to wrap it within the widgets. So for that, I will simply define a method that will return the list view, and there I will generate the list view like we did in the previous video, but this time I will use a different constructor such as listView.builder. Now one of the parameter of this builder constructor is the item builder, which plays a very significant role in creating our list items. Now here we have to create a function that expects two parameters of context, and the second one will be the index of the items. Define the function where you have to define what should be your list item. Well, right now I want all of my list item to be a list style, which we again saw in the previous video. End the statement with the help of semicolon, and let us customize our list style by defining the title as our data source, which we just prepared here. So within this function, let us get our data source. Call the function getListElements, perfect. And here let us use list item of a particular index. So for all the 1000 elements, this statement will be executed and the list style will be generated for all the elements using the index here, perfect. Finally, you can return the list view from this function and then use this function here within our scaffold widget as a home parameter. Well, I guess it should be body. By mistake I told home. Perfect. Launch the application. So there we go. These are the list of items starting from item 0 ending till item 999, which you will find down below. Now since it contains a lot of items but still our application is memory efficient, just because the listview.builder function simply calls this method only for those elements that are visible on the screen. So for rest of the elements that are hiding beyond the screen, those are not loaded into the memory. Thus it is memory efficient. So this function is called only once for the elements. And now we can further customize our tile by using the leading attribute of, and even you can define your subtitle and also the trailing icon. It is totally up to your wish. If you run the application, then you will find the leading icon here. Now on click of these items, nothing happens as of now. So let us try to add the onTap attribute and call the anonymous function that will perform the action when this list item will be clicked. Right now I will use debug print function. Quite simple. A particular item was tapped. Let us launch the application. So if you click on any of these items, if you notice in our console, item 4 was tapped, item 6 was tapped, and so on will be printed. So accordingly, in this way, in the very efficient manner, without writing too much of code for each of the item, in a generic way you can implement the onTap property for each of the list item. And the code which I have mentioned in front of you by using the listview.builder is very important. In my upcoming videos as well, we are going to use the same code again and again in future. So make sure you understand it well. So that's all for this video. In the next video, we will see more UI widgets such as floating action button and also the snack bar and even the tooltip. See you there. Floating action button and snack bar in Flutter. Currently we are in section 2 and we are about to check out the last video, that is the 9th video of this section. So in this video we will first see what is a floating action button and how to implement the onPress handler on our button. And then we will see what is a snack bar. So for those of you who are beginners, the floating action button is basically looks like this. Now what is a snack bar? On the right we have the snack bar, which appears in case of application like Gmail application. If you delete any email, then at the bottom you will find this pop-up, which is known as snack bar, with some action button on the right. Well, this is the same application that we created in the previous video. So let us code on top of it and add a floating action button in the bottom right of the screen. Well, we add the floating action button within our scaffold widget. Well, the scaffold widget has a special provision for the floating action button, where we can use the class constructor and then define its parameter further. For example, we can define the child as the icon, the add icon, define the tooltip. Now run the application. So here we have the floating action button in place. Well, this plus icon is due to the child of icon add, which we have defined here. Now if you long press this button, then you will find some message, add one more item. Well, it is just because of the tooltip that we have defined here. And it is kind of accessibility feature for some special users. And now on click of this button, something should happen. So here on press of this icon or button, let us call an anonymous function and perform some action. You can perform any kind of function by calling a method. Right now I will just use a debug print method so as to ensure our button is working. Run the application and also open the run console here. Click on this button and there we go, fab clicked and so on. Now what about the snack bar? So on click of these list item, let us enable a snack bar in the bottom of the screen. So for that what we can do, first let us define a function that will help us to show the snack bar. Then define the snack bar using the snack bar constructor. Define the content as text, let it be right now the empty string, and then use a special statement of scaffold dot of context, which requires the build context of the scaffold. Then use the show snack bar method and pass this variable of snack bar. Now this method requires the build context of the scaffold widget. So here right now we will pass here build context of the scaffold widget from wherever we will call this function. Now let us call this function on click of these list item which we defined in our previous video. So on type of the list item, instead of using the debug print statement, let us call show snack bar and pass the context. Well, right now this context refer to the item builder context. Well, since the getListView method is being called from within the scaffold widget here, so that's why ultimately we are going to get the context of the scaffold widget here, which we are passing to this function of show snack bar. So ultimately this function of off will get the build context of the scaffold in the tree hierarchy. So we don't have to worry about it. It will be taken care internally by the framework. And now let us show some message within our snack bar. For example, which item was clicked. So here as a second parameter, let us pass the item which was clicked. Copy it and paste it here. And as a second parameter here, let us modify our code such as string item. And now as a content, let us display you just tap the item. String interpolation item. Perfect. Launch the application. Click on any of the item. And there we go, you just tap item 4. Click on this item, you just tapped item 6. And so on, we are able to display the message to the user. So in similar fashion, you can have the delete icon on the right as a trailing icon. So when the user delete the item, it will simply show you have just deleted it, right? And on the right, we can have one undo icon like this, so that if the user by mistake delete any item, he can basically restore it. Like in case of the Gmail application, we have the undo option here. So what we can do, right after the content, let us put a comma and then provide the action parameter and call the snack bar action, which simply requires two parameters further, label and onPressed attribute. Now as a label, I will pass here undo as a string. And inside onPressed, let us call a function that further executes some action. You can call any function, but right now I will use debug print function, performing dummy undo operation. Rerun the application, click on any item, and there we go, we have undo button on the right. So on click of the undo button, it will actually going to print it in the console, performing dummy undo operation. Click it again, perfect. So in this video, we saw the code for the floating action button, which should always be present within our scaffold widget. Remember that. And then we saw the code of snack bar, where we also added the snack bar action. Now similar to floating action button, the snack bar should also be present beneath our scaffold widget, because our snack bar needs the context of our scaffold. Always remember this. So that's all for this video. So finally we have reached the end of this section. Well, basically in this section we covered almost all the basic Flutter widgets. So in this section we covered what are rows and column, text widget, scaffold and app bar, raised button, alert dialog, even the box constraints, container, how to use image assets locally, then size, margin and padding, and finally we saw list view along with floating action button and snack bar. Well, it was a pretty long section, but trust me, while developing any application, you will need to use almost all of these widgets mentioned in front of you. So that's all for this section, and in the next section, we will be using these widgets and try to build a very interactive Flutter application. So see you all in the next section. Have a nice day. Thank you. Hi, welcome to the third section of this course. In this section, we will create a fully functional interactive Flutter application. So the core objective of this section will be to explore what are stateful widgets. Well, in the previous section, we learnt about what are stateless widget. So in this section, we will focus on stateful widgets. Along with this, we will explore the differences between stateless and stateful widget. And then we will learn how to handle the events within our application, such as the press of the button, checking the checkbox on click of the radio button, and so on. Now in this section, as I told you, we will create a Flutter application. So for that, we need to implement the drop-down button in that application. So initially, we will explore how to use the drop-down button. Now all of these topics in front of you will be covered in the phase 1 of this section. Then comes the phase 2 of the section, where we will start creating our simple interest calculator application. So in the phase 2, we will learn how to design a complex Flutter user interface by breaking down into pieces. Then we will learn how to apply styles and themes to our application, implement the event handling which we learned in the phase 1 of this section. Next, we will learn how to use forms and also form text fields within our Flutter application. Well, these forms are similar to what we have in case of web application. You submit the form in your website and accordingly it shows some error as per the validation. So here in the Flutter application as well, we will learn how to add the validation layer to our form. Well, in the phase 1 of our section, we will create a very simple application, which I am not going to show you. And in the phase 2, we will create another application that will be known as the simple interest calculator application. So this is a simple interest calculator application with some images, text fields, drop down button and some buttons in the bottom. From this drop down you can select your currency as per your wish, and within these fields you can enter your amount such as principal amount, and here if you notice this is the label text, and if you click on another text field it will show you the hint rate of interest in percent. Enter some data. Now if you leave this field as blank and click on calculate, then our validation layer becomes activated and it simply shows the error message, please enter time. And even if you remove this rate of interest and click on calculate, it will again show a error message. So these fields can't be empty. Once you enter everything, click calculate. Down below it will show you the result. After 10 years, your investment will be worth these many dollars. Perfect. If you want, you can even reset your application and it will be back to normal. Pretty simple, isn't it? But trust me, for a beginner, the UI of this application might be pretty confusing. So don't worry, we are going to create the UI of the application by breaking down into pieces. For example, here in front of you, you can see the tree hierarchy of all the widgets that I will be using within this application, so that even if you are a beginner, you will understand each and every piece of it. If this application excites you, then go ahead and watch the next video where we are going to start the phase 1 of our section, introducing stateful widget. Applying styles and themes to our simple interest calculator application. Currently we are in section 3 and we are about to check out the 6th video of this section. So in this video, let us apply styles and themes to our application. Now to apply themes to your application, there are two ways in Flutter. The first one is apply the theme to the whole application. So obviously in the second one, you can apply a theme to a specific part of an application. Well, in this video, we will first see how to apply the application-wide theme, and then we will check out how to apply the theme to a small part of the application. Now currently, if you notice, our app bar is pretty different in color, along with our status bar. So we can change it by simply applying the application-wide theme to our application. And also, if you notice, even if we have not applied theme to our application, then also our app bar has some color, along with the status bar. Well, this is simply because even if you don't apply any theme to your application, the Flutter framework applies a fallback theme, or you can say a default theme, to your application, so as to provide your application some default colors. So before I apply the theme, let us first remove the debug tag. So for that, within our material app widget, let us put debug show checked mode banner as false. So here the flag has been removed. Let us now apply the primary color to our application. So for that, within the material app widget, down here we can use the theme attribute or the property and then call the theme data class. Now within the theme data class, you can customize your theme in such a way that you can apply as many colors you want to, such as the brightness of the application, primary swatch colors, primary color dark, accent color, and there are a lot of colors that you can apply to your application, such as you can decide what should be the button color of your application, or even the cursor color, hint color as well, and even the font family of your application. Right? So right now I am interested to apply the primary color to our application. I will use colors.indigo and then run the application. So there we go, this is my primary indigo color along with the primary color dark on the top. Right? Now if you scroll our list, then you will find a over scroll edge effect, which is currently blue in color, which is the default color of our application. Well, let us customize it as well and make it indigo accent. So I will now use accent color as colors.indigo accent. Test your application. So now our accent color is indigo in color, as you can see here. Perfect. Now the accent color is not only applicable for this overscroll edge effect, but it is also applicable for knobs and text. Now currently if you notice, the text of our target application looks pretty bold. So let us define some style for all of these text present here. So what we can do? Well, in the previous videos, we saw how to apply the custom font to our application. Well, apart from applying the custom font, you can also use the predefined font and styles present in our theme, which we have applied here. To do that, what we can do within the build function, let us define a text style and use the theme of our current context. And this context is coming from the build context here. Then use the text theme dot use the title. Well, the title is a constant which is present within our text theme. If you open this title, then along with title you will find headline, display 1, subhead, body 2 and so on. Well, right now let us use just title and then I will show you what all those constants stands for. Now this statement theme of context will navigate up the widget tree and return the nearest theme in the tree. Now suppose if we have a standalone theme defined just above the widget as an immediate parent, then it will simply return the nearest theme. But if we don't have any standalone theme, then it will simply return the default theme of our application, which we have defined here. Fine. So currently theme.offContext simply returns the theme that we have defined here within our material app widget, which is actually our nearest theme of our application. So let us use this style for our first text field. So here let us use style as text style and also provide the label style as text style. Now the same applies for other text field as well. Let us add those two attributes first in the text field and then for the label text. Down below again, run the application. So here are the changes. Now what about these two buttons and also the text in the bottom? So for that again what we can do, let us change the text style for them as well. And for the text as well, let us provide the style. Run the application. Now here our application has crashed, so let us rerun our application. Great, isn't it? Now on the left, our target application looks pretty dark in color. Looks like is using the dark theme. So again, we can do some changes within our theme data, such as change the brightness to dark. By default, it was light. Perfect. Looks like we are pretty close. Just that our button does not look alike. So let us modify the button color along with the text color. So down below here, for the raised button, first let us remove the style of the text because we want to apply our own style to the button and its text. Let us use the color, again theme of the context. Well, this color appears to be a accent color with the black text, and this color on the right appears to be the primary color dark. And also modify the reset button color. For this, I will use the primary color dark as the button color. And for the text color, I will use primary color light and also remove the style of the reset button text. Run the application. Perfect. Now since we just removed the text style, so here our text appears to be little smaller. So let us raise the font size of our text for the button. So here in the text we can add the text scale factor. It will increase the text size by 50%. Great, isn't it? And now down below here is our text, which we will deal with it later. If you click on any of the text field, then you will find the primary color in the border. Perfect. Now in the end, as promised, I will tell you what this title along with other constants stands for. Now suppose instead of title, suppose I use display1. Run the application and let's see what happens. Here our application has crashed. Let us rerun it. So there we go, the style of the text has changed. The text is now looking quite bigger. So similarly you can try other constants as well, such as headline, subhead and so on. I will use title. So that's all for this video. And in case if you want to learn more about themes, that is how to apply themes to a small portion of your application, then simply go to this link. In the next video, we will write some logical operation so as to make our app functional. Introducing Stateful Widget. Currently we are in section 3 and we are about to check out the second video of this section. So in this video we will first check out what exactly we mean by the state of the widget. Then we will check out the stateful widget versus stateless widget. And then we will see what are the steps involved for creating the stateful widget within our Flutter application, along with a very small code snippet. So firstly, what is a state of the widget? Well, the state of the widget can be defined as the information of the widget when it is first created. And that information might change during the lifetime of the widget. In simple words, state defines the property of a widget. Now here I would like to mention a very small point. In order to create a stateful widget, we use the superclass of stateful widget. Now we also have a generic class of state. Now the classes that inherit the stateful widget are immutable. But the state class are basically mutable with changes in the runtime when the user interacts with it. Well, this statement might go as a bouncer right now, so please don't worry about it. We will come back to this point when we will explore our demo video. Now in our previous section, we explored what are stateless widget. For example, we used the text or the icon in our Flutter application where the state of the widgets did not change in the runtime. So the very basic difference between these two lies in the name, stateful and stateless. Now the stateful widget can be defined as when the widget changes, it is stateful. That is, user might interact with it to change its properties. For example, when the user click on the checkbox or the radio button or fill up the form, so in that case, the state of these widgets can change in the runtime, such as the checkbox is checked or not checked, the radio button is selected or not selected, like that. Well, these are the example of the predefined stateful widget. Now on the right has no internal state to manage, or you can say it has no direct user interaction. So it is stateless. The examples are the text, raised button, icon and even the icon button. So here in case of raised button, even if the user press it, then also there is no changes in the property of the raised button. As simple as that. Proceeding in case of stateful widget, we have to override the createState method, which will eventually return a state of that widget. But on the right in the previous video, we saw in case of stateless widget, we have to override the build method, which returns that widget. So use the stateful widget when you want a user interface which can change dynamically in the future in the runtime. but on the right it is totally opposite. Use the stateless widget when the UI depends on the information within the object itself, and it is not dependent on the outside world such as the user interaction or some other widgets. Now whenever we have any change in case of stateful widget, we have to call the setState method. So once you call this method, it simply tells the framework to redraw the widget. For example, if you click on the checkbox, then in that case its state should change. So what happens is that we have to call this setState method, which will eventually destroy the older checkbox and recreate the new checkbox in the new state. And the same applies with other widgets as well. So how do we implement our stateful widgets? So for that, the very first step will be to create a class that extends from the stateful widget as a superclass. And that class should return the state of that widget in the createState method. The second step will be to create a separate state class for that widget, along with the properties that might change in future. Next step will be within the state class so created in the second step, you have to implement the build method, where you have to return the current state of your widget. And finally, you have to call the setState method to make the changes to the widget as applicable. Now calling the setState method simply tells the framework to destroy the older widget and redraw the new widget, thus reflecting the changes in the user interface of the application which is visible to the user. Now before I start coding, let me show you the code snippet of creating our own custom stateful widget. So our very first step that we saw in the previous slide will be to create a subclass which extends from the stateful widget, and then you have to override the stateful widget method. Now our next step will be to define the state for our widget by using the superclass of state. Now notice here that the state class is a generic class that accepts a stateful widget as a type parameter. So as a type parameter, we have to pass the favorite city widget which we have defined here. Perfect. So by using this statement, we have just defined the state of our widget. Now within this class, you have to define some properties that might change in future. For example, the name of the city, which will change as per the user input. And then you have to override the build method, which eventually returns the widget. Now within this build method, let us return a widget of column. And as a first element of the column, we will have the text field, where the user will be allowed to enter some text, such as his favorite city. Now once he enters something and submit it, it will simply trigger the onSubmitted handler method, which is present here. And within this, we have the most important part, setState, which you have to call it manually. So within this method, you have to define a handler method, where we are assigning this variable name, which is our property, equal to the user input, which the user has freshly entered. Now once you do it, down below here, as a second element of the column, we have our text, where we will display your favorite city is the user input name. Perfect. Now once your code is complete, so within your favorite city class, which is our custom stateful widget, within the createState method, you have to return our widget state by creating the instance of favorite city state, which we have defined here. Once you do it, you can compare all the steps which we saw in the previous slide, how to implement the stateful widget. So in the next video, let us see how to implement the stateful widget within our Flutter application. So see you all in the next video. Performing logical operation. Currently we are in section 3 and we are about to check out the 7th video of this section. So in this video, we will make our application functional by adding some logic to it. So currently our application does nothing. It has just its UI built. If you click on calculate, nothing happens, reset, nothing happens. Even if you select the dollars from drop down, then also nothing happens. So one by one, let us add some functionality to these widgets. Let us start with our drop down button. So for that, first I will add a variable within my form state, which will store the currently selected item from the drop down by the user. Right now, let us assign it the value of rupees. So by default, rupees will be selected. Let us move to our drop-down widget. So here, instead of hard coding rupees here, let us use our currently selected item by the user. So whenever user select any item, this onChanged handler will simply execute this function. So here is the comment for that. So we have to write code here so as to perform some changes. Let us call a function and let us pass new value selected. Now it is the same parameter which we are receiving it here. So as the name suggests, this will be the value of the item which is selected by the user. So down below here, let us create this function. Call the setState function and then assign the value to the current item selected equal to the new item selected by the user. Perfect. Now all of this code we already saw in the previous video when we discussed about the drop-down menu item. And these code as well we already saw in the previous video in this section itself. So nothing new till now. Run the application. From the drop-down, if you select dollars, then it will display dollars here. Working perfectly fine. Now what about these text field? Suppose if I enter here something and want to extract the value out of this text field, so what is a standard protocol in case of Flutter? How to extract this value out of this text field? So to do that, in Flutter, we have a special notifier known as text controller. So for each of the text field that are present here, we have to create a text controller which will control the text entered by the user. So whenever the user enters some data within these text field, the controller associated with the text field will simply notify the listener that hey, some changes has been done to the text field by the user. I will create the text controller for all the three text fields, and the name of that class is actually text editing controller. Similarly, define the text editing controller for other two text field. So here I have ROI controller as well as term controller. Now down below, for each of the text field, such as first is the principal text field, let us define the controller property and provide the principal controller instance here. Similarly, for other rate of interest, let us provide the controller ROI rate of interest controller. Same applies for term controller as well. So now we have a controller that will help us to extract the values out of these fields. So let us add some functionality when the user click on this calculate button. What should happen? So down below here, for the raised button of calculate, let us call a function such as first call setState and then call calculate total returns, which I will create it shortly down below. And this will return a string value. So here our first task will be to extract the values out of these fields by using the controller. Use the controller dot call text property. Now this text property is actually the string, so we cannot simply assign it to our double variable on the left. So what we can do, we can simply parse it to double. Perfect. Now similarly, let us extract rate of interest and also time in years. Once you are done, let us calculate the total amount payable in the end of the term. Use the simple interest formula. And then return a result that will display a message to the user. Return this string. Perfect. Launch the application. Let us enter some data to these fields. Click on calculate. Now here nothing happens because we have to set the result to our text. So for that, let us write some code. So on the top, let us create a string variable which will be currently blank, and then assign it. In our raised button, use that variable. Perfect. Now use this variable to display the result in our text, which is present down below here. So instead of using to do text, let us use display result. You can use this dot display result. Perfect. Run the application, enter the data. So there we go. After 10 years, your investment will be this much. Now I guess I missed to display the rupees here. The currency selected. So down below, just give a space and use interpolation, current item selected from the drop down. Fine. So this completes our code. And now in the end, when you click on the reset button, nothing happens. So let us add some functionality to the reset button as well, which is quite simple. Go to the reset button and here you can call set state function. And within this you can call a reset function. And define this reset function down below here. Within this function, you can put all the controller text or the text field text to the blank string. Also the display result text to blank string, and even you can set the default drop down item to, let's call it, currencies of the index of 0, like this. Run the application, enter some data, calculate it, and then click on reset. Well, everything is now back to the original condition. Even if you select here pounds and click on reset, then also it will reset your data. And if you type something here, click on reset, again it will reset it. Even if you have not calculated something, then also it will reset it to normal. Now in the end, I have missed out something which I want to rectify it. Now here we have some values that I want to instantiate when the state of this widget is created. For example, the default drop down item as rupees. So here instead of rupees, you can use underscore currencies of the index of 0, which will point to this item here. But here it is not allowed just because only static members can be initialized here. So for that we have a special function of init state function. And then copy it, paste it here, and then make it blank. And also make sure to call the super.initState. Run the application. And yes, rupees is by default selected. So we have successfully built our application. Now if you notice, even if these fields are blank and if you click on calculate, then behind the scene some operation is getting executed. For example, here the exception was thrown, invalid double value. That is, it was not able to parse the invalid string value to the double value here or here, like this. So the exception was thrown. So we have to do something for this. So in Flutter, we have a form widget which we can use and add some validation to our text field. So that if the user has entered something wrong value here, or if it is blank and he tried to calculate the simple interest, then it should show some validation error. So in the next video, let us implement form with some validation. Building first stateful widget app. Currently we are in section 3 and we are about to check out the third video of this section. So in this video, we are going to follow all of these steps to implement our stateful widget. Now in the previous section, we built this application, which I am going to delete it right now. Just for a quick recap, we created a class of flight book button and also the flight image asset. Well, these two classes are basically a stateless widget, just because we are using the superclass as the stateless widget. And if you notice in the runtime, the property or the state of these two widgets never change. They are constant. So that is why they are stateless widget. Well, they have their own used cases. But what if you want to get some user input by using a checkbox, radio button or some text field? So here comes stateful widget into picture. So right now I will simply delete all of my old code, such as delete the app screen package, and also I will delete font and images folder. And within the main.dart file, let us clean up all the code. So basically this application is like a fresh application. So within our main.dart file, let us start writing our code from scratch. Let us import our material.dart package define our main function, declare the run app method, and within this function, I will instantiate my material app widget. And here, I will define the title along with the home. Well, this favorite city will be our stateful widget, which I will create it shortly. So let us create this stateful widget. And now, as per the rule, you have to override the create state method. So simply press Alt plus Enter, create the missing override. From this function, you have to return the state of this widget. So for that, I will use the return statement and instantiate its state, which I have not created yet. Well, so far we have finished our first step in the process of creating the stateful widget. That is, create a class that extends a stateful widget and return the state within the create state function. Now let us come to our next step. Create the state class with the property that may change. So down below here, let us define our state, which will again be a class. As per the convention, I am using underscore here so that our class remains private to our own library. Now as a superclass, I will use the generic state, which as a type parameter expects the stateful widget, such as our favorite city. Copy it and paste it here. So this class will basically define the state of our widget, which we have defined here. And now, as per the rule, override the build method. You can press Alt plus Enter or simply type it. Now as per the step number 2, you have to define the property which might change in future. I will define the name of the city. And now let us build our widget by defining its UI component, such as I will use the scaffold widget as a root widget. Define the app bar with some title, and right after the app bar, let us define our body, which will contain the container as a first element. And within the container, I will have the child as the column widget. So here, let us define our children as the array of widgets. As a first element of the column, I will define a text field widget. Well, the text field widget is another widget in Flutter that allows user to enter some data. That is, it takes the user input. So here, when the user enters something and press enter, so in that case, to handle the user input, we have a special handler of onSubmitted, which receives the user input within a function as a string value. Let us call it user input. Well, it is actually a function. Fine. So within the function body, we can use name city equal to the user input. And now when the user hits enter or submits something, we also have to display it within our application. So right after the text field, give it a comma, and as a second element of the column, let us define our text. And also try to style our text. Now so far we are done with our step number 2 and also step number 3. Right now let us launch the application and let's see what happens. Well, here I have some error. Well, I forgot to modify my pubspec.yaml file where I have to comment all of these font section because I have just deleted the font initially in this video, and also comment these asset section. Launch the application, get the dependencies. Well, currently our application is looking bit ugly. So before I do something here, let us modify our UI by adding some margin within our container and also provide some space between our text field and also our text within our column widget. So for that, let us wrap our text within our padding widget. As a child, put our text widget, and here put a bracket, and then provide some padding. Launch the application. Much better. Let us type something within our text field. City name as Mumbai. Hit on enter. But once you hit enter, nothing happens. Just because we forgot to implement our last state, that is, call the setState function to make some changes to update our stateful widget. So within our application, once the user submits some data, here you have to call the setState function, which again executes an anonymous function. And as a body of this function, let us put this code. Perfect. Launch the application and now enter something again. Mumbai, hit on enter. So once you submit the data, here our text gets updated. Your best city is Mumbai. If you enter something here again such as Delhi, submitted, your best city is Delhi. Now you might think what exactly is happening here and how it is a stateful widget. But before I tell you what exactly is internally happening, let me tell you one thing. This text field along with the text together with scaffold, container, they are all together bundled to form a widget known as favorite city stateful widget. Fine, so whatever widgets that you see in front of you are together combined to form a stateful widget known as the favorite city widget. Now in order to understand what happens when you exactly submit some data, so for that within the build function, let us put some debug print code, which will be instantiated whenever we build the state of our widget. And also within our setState function, let us put a debug prints function. Run the application. So here let us enter something. New York. Submit it. So there we go. Once you submit it, here if you notice, the setState function is called, which tells the framework to redraw the favorite city widget. Once we call this setState function, it simply redraw the favorite city widget. So what exactly is happening? Let me talk about it. So here, when you call this setState function, it simply destroy this whole widget, that is your previously created widget. And then again, the whole widget was again recreated freshly. So that is why the build function is again executed, which you can find it here within your console. Find the whole widget was again recreated freshly. So that is why you are able to see the changes in your widget. Fine. Now again clean up the console and try to enter something again. Chennai. Submit it. So here we go. setState is called, which again destroyed the old widget and recreated our favorite city widget again. So this is how it works. So with this we have accomplished our last step of implementing the stateful widget. Now as promised in the previous video, I told you I will come back to this point, that the classes which inherit the stateful widget are immutable. So here we have the class of favorite city which inherits from the stateful widget. So this whole class is basically immutable in nature. But the state of this widget is mutable. So whatever changes that we do in the runtime is basically done in the state of our widget. So in the runtime, it is the state of the widget which changes. So now I hope everything is cleared. And always remember to call the setState function, which will actually tell the framework to redraw our stateful widget and finally show the changes here. Now before I end this video, I would like to tell you something. Apart from using onSubmitted as the event handler in case of text field, you can also use onChanged event handler, which again receives a user input as a string value. Now let us see how onChanged event handler works. Let's enter some data, Kolkata. Now here if you notice, as soon as I start typing here, before I submitted the data, the changes were reflected in our text instantly. So if I type more, then you will see the changes are getting reflected in our text. Perfect. So the onChanged method in comparison of onSubmitted method immediately execute this function and thus immediately reflect the changes by calling the setState function. So we don't have to submit the data whenever the user enters some data. Well, right now let us revert it to onSubmitted event handler. So that's pretty much for this video. In the next video, we will see how to use drop-down button and also drop-down items. Drop-down button and drop-down items. Currently we are in section 3 and we are about to check out the 4th video of this section. So in this video, we will check out how to implement the drop-down button. So for those of you who don't know what is drop-down menu, well, the image in front of you represent the drop-down menu item. You click on the drop-down, you get a list, and then select one item. Pretty simple, isn't it? So let us see how to implement it within our application. Let us check out the code snippet for better understanding. So here this is our drop down button widget, which is a generic type widget, meaning you can pass any data type as per your requirement. Here I am using string as a data type, which is generally used most of the time. Well, this widget contains one property of items, where you have to pass the list of items. Right now here I have the list of items as currencies variable, which I will define it within my enclosing class. So here var currencies will be the list of currencies such as rupees, dollars or pounds. Well, on this array I will call a map function, which further executes a function which gets a string parameter. Now this map function, what it simply iterate over all of the list item stored in the currencies. So this parameter drop down string item will represent just one element in each of the iteration. So in the first iteration, the drop down string item will represent the rupees. In the second iteration, this value will be dollars, and so on. In the third iteration, it will be pounds. So with each of the iteration, we will return a drop down menu item, which is again another widget. So it is again a generic type widget. Here again I will use string. So within this widget we have the property of value, where we will assign this drop down string item with each of the iteration, and then finally wrap it within our text widget, and finally convert everything to the list and assign it to our items property. Perfect. Thus completing our code. Now whenever users select any item, then we have to process the item selected. So here again we have a special handler for that, such as onChanged event handler. So whenever the user select any item, then it will actually execute an anonymous function. And within this function we can further call the set state function, which is again a very important function which we saw in the previous video as well, that will help you to reflect any changes as per your requirement. So whatever is your requirement, you have to write your code here accordingly within this function. So within our application, let us try to add a drop down menu item in between the text field and also the text widget here. So down below within our favorite city state, just after the text field, let us add our drop down button, and as a generic type we have to pass the string, which is our requirement. Instantiate it, give a comma here, and then within this let us define our property of items, which again expects the list of string values. So here, right after the name city, let us define our currencies. And in case the user don't find his own currency, then he can select others. And now down below here in the items, let us use our currencies list, which is our array, dot call the map function. And this map function will get the value as a string in the iteration for each of the list item. And then as a function body, I will return the drop down menu item. As a type parameter, pass string and then instantiate it. End it with the help of semicolon, and within this instantiation, let us assign the value as this string value for each of the item. And as a second parameter, such as child, let us wrap this value, that is this value, in a text widget. Perfect. And finally in the end here, let us convert it to list, which pretty much completes our code. Now right after this item, let us put another property or another parameter for our drop down button. That is, when the user select any item, onChanged handler will be executed, which will again execute a function that receives a parameter of the item selected. So I will name this parameter as new value selected by the user, that the user has currently selected. So here we have to write a code to execute when the menu item is selected from the drop down by the user. So right now I will call set state function so as to reflect the changes in our UI. And as a body I will use this dot current item selected equal to the new value selected by the user. Perfect. And I will now define this variable within my class just below the currencies. And by default, I will give it a value such as rupees. Perfect. Let us launch the application. So here this is our drop down menu item. If you click on it, then you will find couple of options: rupees, dollar, pounds and others. If you select any of these, then nothing really happens. Nothing is being shown as the selected item here, right? So for that, we have to add one more property similar to items and onChanged. So here down below, we have to use the property of value and then use this one, current item selected variable. So this value will actually notify which item is currently selected by the user, as we're assigning the new selected value to this variable here within the setState function. Launch the application. So here we go. Let us click on our drop down item and then select pound. So here pounds is getting reflected here as a selected item. Now when you launch the application, initially rupees was selected. This is because by default we have assigned the value to our variable of current item selected as rupees. If you change it to, let's say, dollars, copy it and paste it here and launch the application, then by default dollars will be selected here. Let me show it to you. So here dollars is now getting selected by default. Now in the end, I would like to make some changes, or you can say optimize our code. So here if you notice, currently we have just one line of code within our setState function. Now what if later on in future we have to add 50 more lines of code within our setState anonymous function here. So it's better to put this code in a separate function. So here I will call a function and name it as dropdown item selected and pass the value of new value selected, which was selected by the user. And down below here, let us create this function. And then what we can do within this function, we can cut all of this code and paste it right here. Perfect. And I think I have done some typo mistake. Copy it and paste it here. We are pretty much done. Launch the application and verify it if everything is in place. Perfect. The code is working perfectly fine. So that's all for this video. Well, in the next video, we will start creating our simple interest calculator application. So see you all in the next video. Thank you. Implementing form with validation. Currently we are in section 3 and we are about to check out the 8th video of this section. So in this video, we will learn how to create a form, how to use text form field, and also how to add a validator for displaying the validation error message. So we will implement the form with validation in 3 step-by-step process. So our first step will be to create a form with a global key. To use a form, we will just convert our current user interface into the form. So instead of using the container as a root element or the root widget, we will now use a form. Let me show you this slide. So this was the initial UI breakdown. So the outermost widget was the material app, which contains the scaffold widget, and as a body of the scaffold earlier we had container. Now we are going to replace the container by a form. As simple as that. So within our application, let us make the required changes. Instead of container, just use form. And we are pretty done. And now the form widget does not contain margin as a property. So I will right now comment it. But we have to somehow give margin to our form widget. So for that, what we can do, let us wrap our list view in a child widget. So after the form, we will have child as padding. Now the padding will further have a child of list view. And in the end, make sure to use the closing bracket for our padding right after the list view here. Once you do it, you will find padding hint here. So everything is now fine. And then within the padding, let us define our padding. Cut this part and paste it here and remove this margin. Now our code needs some proper formatting, so simply press Alt Command L in Mac or Alt Control L on Windows. Once you do it, all the lines will be formatted as per the Dart convention. So now we have form in place, let us define its global key. So within our form state, let us define our var underscore form key. And on the right, let us use our global key, which is actually of the generic type. Here I will pass the form state. Now notice here that I am simply using the superclass of form state. I am not using the simple interest form state here. Now this form key will act as a key for our form. So right after this, let us define a property of key and pass form key. Now you might think what this key is all about. Well, in future we will use this key to identify our form instance. So using this key we will get the current status of our form. So with this we have completed our first step. Now let us come to our second step. Add the text form field with some validation logic. So down below here we have our principal text field. So all you have to do is, instead of using text field, use text form field and you are done. Now this text form field enables us to apply the validation layer on our text field. So here what we can do, as a property, use the validator and then define a function which receives the user input as a parameter in this function. And there you can write your own validation logic. For example, if the user input is empty, then you can return a message. Please enter principal amount. So this completes our second step as well. So our next step will be to use the button to validate and submit the form. So here we are going to use our calculate button to submit the form and also validate the result. So down below within our raised button of calculate, on press of this button we can use if. Let us use our global form key, that is underscore form key. So when we are using this form key, we are actually referring to the form in which it is present. And this key is basically unique across the entire application. So using this key you can identify which form you are talking about. Then use the current state of the form and then call the validate function. Now this function validate will simply return true if the validation passes. That is, the user input meets our requirement. Well, I guess I have to put it within the set state function and then enclose this statement within this if statement. Perfect. So if the user input is valid, then only calculate the total returns. So with this we have completed our step number 3 as well. Run the application, click on calculate button. So there we go, our validation layer got activated and we got a red box here. Along with this we got a message, please enter principal amount. Now if you notice, our error message is not quite visible because our background is black and our error message is dark red. So let us try to change the color of our error message because it is not readable right now. Within our text form field of principal, here what we can do, within the decoration, we can add our error style and then call our text style such as color of yellow accent and also increase the font size as it was quite not visible. Run the application, click on calculate. Perfect. Here is our error message quite visible and also the font size has increased. Now similarly let us repeat the same code for these two text field as well. So down below here for the ROI controller text field, change the text field to text form field, add the validation layer, modify the error style here as well. Now repeat the same step for our next text field as well. Finally, run the application. Click on calculate. Perfect. So our code is working perfectly fine. Now here I am just checking for if the field is empty or not. Suppose instead of entering a number in case of rate of interest, suppose user enters some text. So in that case, you can add one more condition to your validation layer. Well, I will leave it for you as an assignment. So make sure you do it. So right now our application is working perfectly fine. So with this we have completed our simple interest calculator application. Congratulations. And while creating this application, we learned a lot of things. So let us summarize what we have learned so far in this module. Well, this was a pretty long section, but we have learned a lot of things which will really help us to understand how a Flutter application works. So in this section, we first checked out what is a stateful widget. What are the differences between a stateless and the stateful widget? Proceeding, we saw how to use the event handlers within our application. And then we explored how to use drop-down button with drop-down menu items. Proceeding, we created a complete stateful application, simple interest calculator application, where we learned how to design a complex Flutter user interface and break it down into smaller pieces for better understanding. Then we used how to apply styles and themes to our application. And then we implemented event handling such as calculate and reset functionality in our application. In the end, we explored how to use forms and also form text fields and add a validation layer to it. So in this module, we learned how to create a fully functional application in Flutter. Yay! Pat your back and move on to the next section because we have a lot of interesting topics coming up. So in the next section, we will create a fully functional database application in Flutter from scratch. Again, it will be another interesting section. See you there. Thank you. Creating user interface of simple interest calculator application. Currently we are in section 3 and we are about to check out the 5th video of this section. Well, in this video, we will start creating our user interface for simple interest calculator application. For the sake of simplicity, let us break down our application into smaller pieces. So here, this whole section will be our column. And within the column, we will have several elements, such as the first element as the image, the second element as our text field, third element again a text field. Now our fourth element will be a row, and within the row we will have two elements of text field and drop down, which you can find here within the yellow boxes. Next, as a fifth element we will again have a row, and within this row we will have two same elements of raised button, arranged horizontally in a row, which you can find here within the yellow box. Now in the end we will have one more element of text, which is not visible right now. Now on the top, just above the column element, we will have the app bar. And this whole application will be wrapped with the help of the material app widget that contains home as scaffold, and further the scaffold contains body as container. Pretty simple, isn't it? So let us start creating our user interface. So here, assuming this is my fresh application or a new project. So within the main dot, let us import our material package and define our main function. Within the run app function, let us define our material app widget with some title and also the home property. Well, as a home, I have the SI form, which will be our stateful widget, which I will create down below here. Override the createState method and return the state of our form. So down below here, let us create the state class. Override the build method and define some property which I will use later. Well, so far, all of these code we are already familiar with in this section. What is a main function, how to create a stateful widget, and how to define its state with some properties. Now we have already defined our material app widget. Let us define our scaffold with the body of container. So from the build function, let us return a scaffold widget with a app bar and also a container. It is now time to define our child as column, which will contain all of these widgets. So as a child, define the column, which will further contain the children as the array of widgets. Run the application and see the status. Now here I have some error. Now here I guess I have done some mistake. Instead of returning the form, I have to return the subtype of the stateful widget, that is SI form. Copy it and paste it here and run the application again. So right now we just have a blank application where this section is a column. Well, on the left we have our target application which we have to create in this video itself. So within this column we have our first element as an image. So let's add it. So within my application I will create a new folder of images. Well, how to add the image asset I have already shown you in my previous videos. And then add the image. Well, I have added an image of money.png. If you want to get the same image, then please check the link below the description for the source code. Or else you can add your own custom image of your own choice. Just make sure the dimension of this image is same as mine, so that we both are on the same page. And then our next step will be to create the image asset out of this image. Well, I will again repeat the same steps that I followed in the previous video. Create a function, define the asset image. Now as the asset name, you have to pass the value that you will define within your pubspec.yaml file. So down below in the asset section, simply uncomment it and instead of this, use money.png. And make sure just before the assets you have only two space, 1 and 2, and here as well 1 and 2. Copy this path or the asset name and paste it as a string value here. And then create an image out of this asset. I will define some width and height. And then wrap the image in a container and return it. Call this function from within our column as a first child. Run the application, get the dependencies. So this is my image in my application. Let us try to center it by adding some margin to our container. Now to provide a constant padding throughout our application, I will define a constant of minimum padding of 5.0 and use it wherever possible within my application, such as I will use minimum padding into 10. That comes out to be 50. Now I will also add a common margin to my container. Well, right now no progress. Let us leave this image as it is and I will come to that later. Right now let us add our text field down below this image. So as a second element I will have our text field and add some decoration. Using input decoration, here I will use the label text along with the hint text. Run the application. So here our image automatically centered itself. And down below I have a text field which has a label of principal. If you click on it, then you will find the hint text as well. Enter principal example 12,000, like that. Well, to enable user to enter just number, you have to change the keyboard type by using keyboard type text input type dot number. So now my keyboard has changed. Also on the left, if you notice, the text field has some curved border. So let us try to add that border within our text field. So right after the hint text, give a comma and define the border as outline input border. And create a circular border radius with a stroke of 5.0. Perfect, run the application. Much better, isn't it? Now let us define our next text field for rate of interest. So I will simply copy the text field and right below it paste it and change the label as well as hint. Run the application. There we go, this is our text field. Now let us put some space between these two text fields. So for that I will wrap both the text field into the padding widget and end it here where you find the text field, put a extra bracket. Perfect. And then provide the padding from top and bottom. Give the minimum padding. For the next text field, repeat the same process. Run the application. Much better, isn't it? We got some padding here. Now our next element of the column will be a row. Now this row contains two sub-elements, such as a text field and also a drop-down button. So right below our padding widget or the text field widget, let us add a row, which will be our next element of the column. The first element of this row will be the text field. So I will simply copy it, the text field, from here. Make sure you just copy till the text field bracket. Do not include the padding bracket. Paste it here, give a comma and define your second element as a drop-down. Now the code for drop-down we already saw in our previous video in this section itself. So I will simply type it as quickly as possible. So after adding the code for drop-down button, also make sure you modify the text field, label text and also the hint text. Run the application. Well, here our application has crashed just because we have some rendering issue. Remember in the previous section I showed you the expanded widget that whenever you have elements in the row, the elements might overflow out of the screen or beyond the screen. So in that case, you have to wrap these widgets such as text field and drop down button within the expanded widget. So here I will use expanded and as a child I will pass this text field and make sure you end it here expanded. Similarly here as well, end it here where the drop down ends. And then finally run the application. So here we have elements in place. Let us add some padding between this row and also this widget of text field. Like we did for these two widgets, we added a padding in between. So here let us wrap this row in the padding widget. And down below where the row ends, put an extra bracket. And then add the padding. Perfect. Run the application. So I guess we are good to go. We got some padding here. Now in between these two elements of text field and the drop down, we also need some space. So here what we can do, we can add a container widget with some width in between these two expanded widget. So as a middle element within the row, I will add a container, give a comma and add a width here of minimum padding into 5. That comes out to be 25.0. Run the application. Much better, we got some space in between. Now let us proceed and try to add one more row down below that will contain two raised buttons. So right after this row and also the padding, hit enter and add our element as row. But here I will straight away add the elements in the widget array by using the expanded widget. Define child as raised button. Define the child of the raised button as a text. Also define onPressed property, which currently will do nothing. Now I will simply copy and paste the expanded widget once again as a second element of the row and change the text to reset. And also I will wrap this row in the padding widget so as to get some padding in between the elements of the column and end it here in the row. Perfect. And then define the padding. So this is the code that I just wrote. Make sure you verify it and then run the application. So down below we have two buttons in place. And now in order to display the result, here we have to add a text view which is currently not visible within our target application. So let us add it as well. So right after the row, give a comma and add a text by wrapping it within the padding widget. Right now it is just a placeholder text. Run the application. So here we have our text in place. Now proceeding, if you click on any of the text field, then you will find this zigzag tag in the bottom. It simply says that the bottom overflowed by these many pixels. Well, to resolve this, we have a very simple solution. Just below your scaffold, you just have to add resize to avoid bottom padding to false, which was by default true. If you run the application right now, then our application just crashed. So simply terminate the application and run it again. Tap on the text field. Well, that error is gone. But what if on your screen you have a large number of widgets? So in that case, your widgets might overflow out of the screen. And then this attribute will be of no use. It won't be effective. And also, what if your application is running on a device that has a very small screen, such as a 4-inch screen? So there might be possibility that these widgets might not be visible on the screen as they will overflow beyond the screen, right? So what is the solution for that? Now here, as a child of the container, we are using column. What if I replace it by a list view? And then run the application. And notice here that I have simply commented this. Now here, if you tap on the text field, then you can easily reach out to other widgets by simply scrolling it down. Just because we are now using a list view, and all of these elements are now the child of the list view. Perfect. So instead of using column, I have just replaced it by a list view. As simple as that. And then all of these elements will now be a part of the list view, not the column. Well, in this video, we just saw how to break down our UI into pieces and then create it step by step. Pretty simple, isn't it? But right now our UI doesn't match our target application just because we have to apply some styles and themes to our application, which I will do it in the next video. So see you all in the next video. Thank you. Hi, welcome to the next section of this course. In this section, we will create a fully functional database application in Flutter. So in the end of this section, you will have a fully functional NodeKeeper application that uses SQLite database of Flutter. Well, the NodeKeeper application will be similar to any other NodeKeeper application that you use in your device. So our application will contain two screens. In the first screen, you will have the list of nodes, and we will name it as nodelist.dart. Each of the node will have some priority. The node with higher priority will appear to be red. That with lower priority will appear to be yellow. When you are done with any node, you can actually delete the node as well. You can even edit the node. So for that, if you tap on any of the node, then you will be navigated to the edit node screen, which is present on the right. So here you can change the priority by using the drop down, change the title, give some description, and then save it or even delete it. And in case if you don't want to update anything, then simply press the back navigation button, which is present on the top and also on the bottom left of the screen. Now in case you want to add a new note, so for that we have a floating action button. Clicking on this, you will again be navigated to the detail screen, where you can add a fresh note. Now all of these operations such as add the note, delete the note or fetch data will be done in context of a SQLite database, which will be connected to our application using SQFlite plugin present in the Flutter packages. Since we are using the database, so next time when you open the application, you will get all the nodes persisted in your application. To make the most out of this section, I have divided this section into two phases. In the first phase, you will create the UI and also understand few foundational concepts. Thereafter, we will dive into phase 2, where you will learn how to implement SQLite database in Flutter. So what are the topics that you will cover in this section? Firstly, you will see in the phase 1 how to navigate between screens in Flutter. And then you will learn how to use asynchronous programming in Flutter by using future objects, async, await and then keywords. Thereafter in the phase 2 of this section, you will learn how to use SQLite database using SQFlite plugin. Further, you will learn what are singletons and also how to use plugins such as SQFlite, Path Provider and also Intel. Trust me, this section is going to teach you how a fully functional database application works, which you can use in your projects. If this excites you, then go ahead and check out my next video where we will start designing our application UI. See you there. Building application UI of NodeKeeper application. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the second video of this section. So in this section, we are going to design the two screens of our application. The first screen will be the note list screen. For the sake of simplicity, again we have to break it down into smaller pieces, such that the outermost widget will be the material app, which contains home as scaffold. Then we have the app bar and down below we have the list view. Also we have a floating action button down below at the bottom. Now each of the item of the list view can be broken down into again smaller pieces, such as we have the list style which is enclosed within a card-like structure. So we will wrap our list style within the card widget, which will contain the leading icon, the trailing icon, the title and also the subtitle. Pretty simple, isn't it? And we will apply margin and padding as applicable. So here this is my fresh new application whose name is Flutter_app. You can create this application and then within your main.dart file import the material.dart package. Thereafter define your main function, define run app function and then pass a stateless widget. So down below let us define our widget. Override the build function, return the material app widget. Define the title, remove the debug tag, define the theme, and finally define the home as our first screen, which will be a stateful widget known as the note list class. So now it is time to define our screen within our lib folder. Create the new package and name it as screens. Define notelist.dart. Also let us define our second screen named as nodedetail.dart. Let us start creating our first screen, which appears to be like this. Define our node list stateful widget. Override the create state method and then return its state, which I will create it down below here. Further, override the build method. Now these are all the basic steps which needs no explanation, because we have already seen all of these steps in our previous sections. So now let us define our root element as the scaffold, which will contain the app bar and also the list view. So here define the scaffold. define our app bar, define the title. So now, right after this app bar which has the title of notes, down below we have the list view. So let us define that as well. So as a body, get the list view. So for that I will again call a function which returns a list view. And then create this function down below here. Now within this function, let us define a text style. And then return the list view by using the builder function. Well, how to implement the list view we have already seen in our previous section. Remember? So here, let us code it right away. Define the item count, the variable of count, which I will define it shortly here. Initially, let's make it 0. I think it is item builder, so here I will make it as item count and then define the item builder. And now if you notice within our list view, we have list item. Now each of the list item contains the card-like structure as a root element. So as a root, let us define our card within which we will have our list style. Define the color as white, provide it some elevation, and then declare your list style. Now within the list style, if you notice, we have the leading icon as some circular shape icon. Well, in Flutter, you can get the circular shaped icon by using a special widget known as circle avatar. So here as a leading icon, I will define a circular avatar, or you can say avatar. Define its background color. For now, I will give it as by default yellow. And then define its child as an icon. So here our background color will be yellow and our icon will be this arrow which you can find it here. Well, later on we will write code to change it dynamically as per the priority of our node. And then define the title and also the subtitle along with the trailing icon. And finally, let us define our trailing icon as the delete icon. Now on click of these items, we have to navigate to our next screen. So on our list style, I will simply implement the onTap event handler. So here as a dummy statement, I will simply write a debug print statement. And later on I will replace it by the real code. Now this completes our code for our get note list view. Now after the body, let us define our floating action button. For now, let us write some dummy code, which we can replace later. Define the tooltip and also the child icon. So this completes our code within our build function as well. And we are referring to this note list class from the home property of our my application here. So here we have to import this class as well. Once you are done, run your application. So there we go, our application is now up and running. On the top we have our app bar, but currently our list view is empty, just because we have not added any note. Down below we have the floating action button. Well, in future our application will look like this. Well, now it is time to design our next screen known as node detail screen. For the sake of simplicity, we can again break down the UI into smaller pieces. So as a root element, we will again have the material app widget which contains home as scaffold. Then we have the app bar. Then we have the list view which contains further elements, such as the first element will be the drop down button. Then we will have the second element as the text field. Third element again as text field. Now the last element of the list view will be a row that further contains two elements, which you can find it within your green box. Well, these will be the raised button. And of course, we will apply margin and padding as applicable. Well, all of these UI elements we have already seen in our previous sections. So I just have to write code and show it to you how our code is structured. So now navigate to node_detail.dart and then write the basic structural code. Create the stateful widget of node detail and then define its state. Override the build function and then define our application bar with title of edit note. So for that, within our scaffold, we will declare our app bar. Now after the app bar, we have our list view. which further contains the drop-down button as a first element. So right after the app bar, we will define the body as our list view. And we will wrap our list view within the padding widget. And then define our child as list view. Well, this list view will be a static list view that contains smaller amount of elements. So here I will define the children as the array of widgets, where the first element will be the drop down button. Now for the drop down, we have to provide some elements, which user can select from the drop down menu item. So here let us define our static variable of priorities, which will be high and low, and then use it within our drop down as the items. And then finally convert it to list. Provide the style. Well, let us define the text style here just within the build function. And then continue coding for our drop down menu items, such as define the default value as low, and then modify the onChanged event handler, that is what should happen when the user select any item. For now I will just call the set state function and keep it empty. Now the code for drop down button we have already seen in our previous section, so I don't have to explain it what's going on here. Now our next two element will be the text field. So let us define them one by one. So for that, first we have to define our text editing controller right within our nodeDetailState class. This will be used for editing the values. Well, these two will be used for controlling the values entered by the user. So as a second element, so right after our list style, let us define our second element. For now, I will use null as the dummy event handler for the onChanged event. Also, let us decorate our text field. So this completes our code for the second element, which is our text field of title controller. Now let us copy it and paste it for our third element, which will be again our description text field. So this will be our third element. Let us modify the code accordingly. Looks great. Now our last element will be a row which contains two raised buttons further. So down below as a fourth element, let us define a row wrapped within our padding. And now as a first element of the row, we will have our first raised button of save. So let us define children here, where our first element will be the raised button. I will wrap them within the expanded widget so that they acquire the equal space. And then define your onPressed attribute. Right now again I will write some dummy statement. And then similarly let us add our delete button. So for that I will copy this part, expanded widget till here, and paste it as a second element of the row here. Once you are done, modify the code. And in between these two buttons, let us give some spacing by adding a container of width 5.0. Give a comma and we are pretty done. We have successfully added all of these widgets in our screen. So now it is time to test our application by running it within our emulator. So within our main dot, instead of using notelist, let us use Once you are done, run your application. Looks perfect, isn't it? Well, it matches with our target application. So in the next video, we will learn how to handle navigation between screens. That is, move from one screen to another and then back and forth. So see you all in the next video. Handling navigation between screens. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the third video of this section. So in this video, we will first see how screens are stacked in Flutter, how to navigate to a screen, and again come back to the last screen. So here, let me show you visually how we can navigate from one screen to another. Now in Flutter, one screen is known as one route. So if I use the term route, which means I'm talking about one single screen. And on the left, you can see a stack, where our routes, that is the screens, will be stacked. Now we all know that the stack follows last in, first out. That is, the element that enters a stack in the end comes out first. So here, suppose we launch our application. Let us assume this is our first screen, or you can say this is my route 1. Now in case of Android, this route is known as the activity. And in case of iOS application, this route is known as view controller. So when the first screen appears in front of you, it is actually pushed to the stack. So within our stack, we have our first element as our first route. Now from the route 1, we move to our route 2, which is our second screen. So in that case, our stack will be filled by second route. Now notice here that the element which is present on the top in the stack is always visible to the user. For example, here we have route 2 present on the top, so here we have second screen visible to the user. Now again, from route 2, we move to our route 3, that is our third screen. So similarly, our third route will be added to the stack, which will be visible to the user. Now whenever we push a route to the stack, we perform the push operation. Now suppose user press the back button. So in that case, what will happen? He will again navigate back to the route 2. And in this case, we will perform the pop operation. So here from the stack, the third route will be removed. And now route 2 will be visible to the user. Similarly, if the user again press the back button, so he will be navigated to route 1 and route 2 will be removed from the stack, thus making the route 1 on the top. Fine. Now in the end, suppose again user press the back button, so our stack will be empty. And the user will be navigated to the home screen of his Android or iOS device. As simple as that. Now the question arises, who manages the screens or the routes? Well, it is managed by a special widget known as Navigator. So using Navigator, you can perform the push and pop operation. So in context of our NoteKeeper application, from our first screen, that is Note List screen, we have to perform the push operation to navigate to the Note Detail screen, and then perform the pop operation to navigate back to the first screen. As simple as that. Now coming back to our application, within the main.dart file, let us change the home to our Note List screen and open the Note List screen. And from this screen, we have to navigate to the detail page by clicking on this floating action button. So here we have our floating action button. When the user click on it, let us use the navigator widget. Use the push function. Pass the context as the build context. And then as a second parameter, you can use material page route. That takes builder attribute as a parameter, which will execute a function so that we can navigate to our required destination. Now here as a parameter, you have to pass the context, and within this function, we will return the instance of the class where we want to navigate to, which is Note Detail in our case. Once you define it, make sure to import the class here on the top so that we can use the Note Detail class. Once you are done, launch the application. Click on the floating action button. We have navigated to our detail page. Press the back button, we are again navigated back to the Note List screen. Now also when the user will tap on any of the list item, then again we have to navigate to the detail page, right? So what we can do down below within our list style where we have implemented the onTap attribute, let us define the same statement. Perform the push operation. Perfect. And now since we are repeating the same code again and again, so what we can do, we can put this code within a common function. So down below here, let us define a function and then call this function from here and also from here. Perfect, your code will still work perfectly fine. Now also note here that suppose we navigate to the detail page by pressing on the floating action button. So in that case, we want to change the app bar title, such as it should display add note here instead of edit note. But if the user navigate to this page by pressing on some item, so in that case we have to display edit note here. So accordingly, let us modify our navigate to detail method. And what we can do, pass this title to the node detail class. And then here add edit note. Similarly here as well, accordingly add note. Now go to the detail page and define a constructor within our node detail class that will accept the title as a parameter. And then pass this parameter to the state of this widget. And here again define the constructor within our node detail state. And then define the field here as well. And accordingly update the title of the app bar by using app bar title. As simple as that. If you run the application and click on floating action button, so now we are getting add note here. And accordingly in future we will get edit note here as well, depending on the item being clicked. Now this was about the push operation. Now what about the pop operation? That is, how can we control by pressing on this icon we navigate back to our last screen? Well, right now it is working perfectly fine. If you press the back button, you navigate back to the last screen. Similarly, if you press the back arrow button here, you navigate back to your old screen, right? Now, what if you want to control the code and also this icon manually? So for that, what we can do, within your app bar, you can add the leading icon, such as add the icon button here. And now the icon, you can control it yourself. Well, I will use the same icon that was actually present, such as arrow back. And also you can control the code to be executed when the user press on that back arrow button. So here I will define a function which will be executed when the user click on it. And I will define a function such as move to last screen, that is perform the pop operation. Now similarly, when the user click on this back navigation button, which is by default present in the device, so in that case, if you wish to control the code, so again we have to write some code for it. Now this time we have to make use of a special widget known as will pop scope, which will allow you to control what happens when the user press the back button of your device. So how to use it? Let me show you. So within your node detail page, just wrap the scaffold within a special widget known as will pop scope. So here I will use return will pop scope, and then here down below let us end it right after the scaffold here for the will pop scope widget. And then as a child define the scaffold widget. And now what code to execute when the user press the back button? So for that we have a handler known as onWillPop handler that will further execute the function, and here you have to write code to control the things when the user press the back navigation button in your device. So here again right now I will keep it simple. Let us call the same function known as move to last screen, which I will define again shortly. And here again let us write the same comment statement. And now define this function. where I will write the code for the pop operation. Just use the navigator widget and call the pop function and pass the build context. As simple as that. So this will actually pop the current screen on the stack. Launch the application, click on the floating action button, click on the back navigation icon, and then click on this arrow. Well, working perfectly fine. So in this way you can define the callback function for these two arrows within your application. Perfect. So in this video we just saw how to perform the push and pop operation using the navigator widget. Now in the next video we will learn how to perform asynchronous programming in Flutter. So stay tuned. Performing asynchronous programming in Flutter. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the fourth video of this section. So in this section we will learn how to perform asynchronous programming in Flutter by using the future API, async, await and then function as well. Now I have already covered these topics in my Dart fundamental tutorial, so make sure you check them out. You can find the link in the description. So let us now talk about these concepts in context of a Flutter application. But before that, I would like to talk about what happens in case of Android application, how to perform asynchronous programming in an Android application, and how Flutter is different from a native Android application. So for that, let us assume we open our application. Now whenever we open an Android application, one default process is created. Now attached to this process, we have a default main UI thread. Well, this main UI thread, let us assume, is represented with the help of this blue arrow. Now whenever you interact with the application, you do it with the help of main UI thread. And within the main UI thread, we perform small operations, such as the user interaction, such as click of the button, checking the checkbox, or some animations. Then we can perform some button click, some mathematical operations, and even our logical operation persist within our main UI thread. Now if you notice, all of these operations requires a very small amount of time. And remember, in our main UI thread, you always have to perform tasks that requires smaller amount of time. Now in Android, if you want to perform some heavy operation such as downloading or uploading of a file, so in that case, parallel to main thread, you can create a separate worker or background thread. And in this thread, you can perform the heavy operation such as network operations, downloading of a file, loading image from the server, and also you can perform heavy database queries. Now since Android is multi-threaded, so you can have two threads running parallel to each other. Now what about Dart? Well, Dart is single-threaded, so is the Flutter. So in Flutter, you cannot have two threads running parallel to each other. That is, you can only have the main UI thread, but in Dart or Flutter, you cannot have a separate worker or background thread. Now you might ask, what about these long and heavy operations such as downloading of a file or playing the music in the background? How to deal with this situation? Now in Flutter, all of these long operations are done using the main thread itself. And also you might ask, if you perform these long operations in the main UI thread, then your application might crash or freeze, resulting in the poor user experience. Because performing long operation in the main UI thread freezes the UI, or you can say hangs your application, which might result in blocking of your UI and thus crashing your application. Now the question arises, how to perform the asynchronous programming in case of Flutter. So for that, in Flutter we have these APIs such as future, async and await. Now using these, you can actually perform these heavy operation in the main UI thread itself, but without blocking the UI in a very tricky way. I will just show you a very simple example of how to use future, await and async keywords. Now whenever you run any application, whether in Dart or in Flutter, our application runs in the main UI thread, which means all the functions that are declared here, such as main function, print file content, and also download a file will run in the main UI thread. Now this function of download a file will be used to download a file from the server. So within this function, I will simply write a dummy long running operation. Well, this code is actually our dummy long operation which will take 6 seconds to return this file content as a string value, my secret file content. Well, this statement will return a future object of the type of string. Now what exactly I mean by future string? Well, this statement will basically return a string value as a file content after 6 seconds. Well, eventually it is returning a string value, so that is why I have declared here as future of string. In simple words, you can think of this statement like this. In future, we will get a string value. So what happens is that this operation takes 6 seconds, such as first second, and so on. After 6 seconds, it will return a string value. Now before our timer starts, that is our operation starts, it simply returns a future object. Now this future object after 6 seconds, that is when the operation completes, automatically gets converted into the string value. Fine, so it is basically a promise token that hey, after 6 seconds, I will give you a perfect string value. But right now when the operation starts, it simply says just take a promise token as a future object. Fine, so here I will just return the result and also modify my return type, which will be the future of t, that is string in our case. Now also note that suppose in future the return statement simply returns an integer value such as 23, so in that case you have to put here as int. Similarly, if it is a boolean, then put here as boolean. Fine, as simple as that. Now let us call this function from our print file content, because only after we download the file we can print the file content, and then write the print statement. Now here the compiler is not happy. It says that the value of type future string can't be assigned to the variable of type string, which means that when we call this function, what happens is that we are basically performing a long running operation in the main UI thread. And as a result, this future object at the time when the operation begins simply returns a promise token, right? It does not immediately return the string value. So here as well we have to put here as future string. Fine. Now let us call this function from our main function. Now before this, let me write a print statement for better understanding. Main program starts and then main program ends. Well, these two statements will help you to know how our program is getting executed in the main UI thread. And also, in order to use the future API, you have to import the .async package. Run the application. So there we go, our program started, then our program ended. Now in between, if you notice, the content of the file is instance of the future string. That is, at this point of time when the program started, we did not have result. We just had a valid future object which we are getting here and then printing it here. But we are actually getting the result after 6 seconds, right? Which means that when the program ended, then only we would have got the result. So how to get the result? So for that we need to use the await and async keyword. So right now within the print file content, when we are calling download a file, so in that case we can use the await keyword. And in order to use the await keyword within a function, you have to use the async keyword as well, right after the function name and also before the curly bracket, like this. Perfect. So once you do it, it simply means that hey, unless you get a valid string result, which we are expecting our 6 second, do not execute this statement. Fine. Earlier what was happening is that without the await keyword, this function was actually returning just a future object, which we were immediately printing it out here. Now once we declare the await keyword, then it will only execute the code further, that is this statement, only if we have got the valid result from this function. So here on the left, since we are getting the valid result, so here we can remove the future, because we are eventually getting the file content as string value. Now run the application and let's see what happens. So here our program starts and also ended. Now after 6 seconds you will notice we have got our statement printed. The content of the file is my secret file content. Perfect. So this means that unless this operation gets over, or we are actually awaiting the result here and waiting for the operation to be completed, then only we are moving on to the next statement. Fine, like this. So this is the beauty of using await and async keyword. So in this way we executed all the code in the main UI thread. And also we did not even block the UI. That is, our program started and also perfectly ended. And since this statement actually took about 6 seconds to complete, that is, it is a long running operation, so in the runtime, so it was performed in the end. That is, when the rest of the code is executed, then only this operation was completed. Perfect here. Now async and await keywords were included in Dart version 1.9. So before that we had only one API to perform the asynchronous programming, that is future. And in future class we have a special function of then function. So let us see how we can do the same thing without using async and await keyword, just by using future API with then function. So here let us remove the await keyword and also the async keyword. And now we have to change it to future. And after the statement, since we have to be assured that this file content should actually print out this statement, so in that case what we can do, we can wrap this statement within the then function. So I will use the file content, which is our future object, dot then function. And here if you notice, we have to pass in a lambda expression or a function. Let us put here as result string. And then within the function, we can cut the statement and paste it here. So this whole statement is actually comparable to the previous code that we wrote using async and await keyword. This simply means that execute this statement only if you have got the valid string result here, right? That is, when we got the result here, then only execute this statement, the code that we have written here. And here I think I have to change it to result string, which we are receiving as a parameter within this function. Now run the application and see the changes yourself. So our program started and ended smoothly without blocking the UI. And in the end we have got our statement printed. The file content, my secret file content. Perfect. So in two ways you can perform the asynchronous programming in Flutter and Dart. Now that we have built our foundation in phase 1, let us jump into the phase 2 from the next video onwards and start implementing our SQLite database in Flutter. See you there. SQLite database in Flutter. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the 5th video of this section. Now so far in this section we have completed our phase 1. That is, we built the UI of our NodeKeeper application and went through few of the foundational concepts which we are going to use in the phase 2 to implement SQLite database in Flutter. So currently our NodeKeeper application appears to be like this. It has two screens. Now it is time to connect our application with the SQLite database. For that we are going to use the SQFlite plugin. If you are a beginner, then you might want to know what is a SQLite database. Well, the SQLite database is an in-process library that implements a self-contained, serverless, zero configuration, and transactional SQL database engine. Quite overwhelming, isn't it? So let us break it down into smaller pieces and check what exactly we mean by self-contained. Well, self-contained means that it requires very less support from external libraries, making it a perfect choice for lightweight, platform-independent application. Then we have the serverless, which means SQLite database reads and writes directly from the database files on the disk. By disk, I means that the file system of your Android and iOS devices. So whatever data you store in the SQLite database is stored locally on the device. So you don't have to set up any client server connection in order to use it. And then we have zero configuration, which means it requires no installation and zero setup. Just add the dependency and start using SQLite in your application. And at last, it is transactional. Well, it is very important because all the changes in a transaction occur completely or not at all. Now, what do I mean by one transaction? Well, whenever you try to save data to your database, then that process of saving data to the database is known as one transaction. Let me give you one more example. If you try to retrieve a data from the database, so in that case, that process of retrieving the data from your database is known as one transaction. Either your transaction completes successfully or it completely fails. It is either white or black, but never gray, making it highly secure and reliable. To conclude, SQLite database is the most trusted and reliable database in mobile development. Now the question arises, how can you use SQLite database in your Flutter application? So for that, in Flutter, we have a plugin known as SQFlite plugin. Well, it is a plugin in Flutter that allows you to access SQLite database in both Android and iOS. So with the single code base, you can use it for both Android and iOS. And yes, of course, in order to use it, you have to include its dependency in the pubspec.yaml file. Now you might ask how SQLite manage connection between your application and the SQLite database. So for that, let me talk about it. Well, this plugin deals with only map objects. So what does it exactly means? Now suppose this is our application and this is our SQLite database. Now using this plugin, I want to save data to my SQLite database. So in that case, you are only allowed to save data to the SQLite database in the form of map objects. That is, this plugin saves only the map objects to your database. So in short, before saving data to the database, you need to convert your object into a map object. And now, how to retrieve data from the SQLite database in your application? So for that again, this plugin retrieves only the map objects from your SQLite database, which again means when you retrieve data from database, you get a map object, and then you need to convert that map object into a simple object before using it in your application. To conclude, always remember SQFlite plugin deals with only map objects. So what should be our project requirement to implement SQLite database? Firstly, you need a model class. Then you will need database helper class that will help us to perform the CRUD operation, that is insert, query, update and delete operation. And finally, you have to connect all of these with our application user interface so that using our UI, we can interact with our database using SQFlite plugin. So in the next video, let us start creating our model class. See you there. Creating model class for NodeKeeper database application. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the 6th video of this section. So in this video, we are basically going to implement our model class. But before we proceed, I want to add some dependencies in our application that will help us to implement our database. The first one will be SQFlite plugin that we discussed in the previous video. And then we will add path provider, which will help us to find the commonly used locations on the file system of both Android and iOS. And then in the end, we will add Intel package, which is basically the internationalization package, which will help us to deal with the date conversion or even parsing some number or string. So within your application, move to the pubspec.yaml file and there, just below the dependencies, add the SQFlite plugin. and then add the path provider. Finally, add Intel package. Now, depending on the time you are watching this video, the version number for the Intel package might vary. So make sure you check for the current version by using Google, of course. And also make sure right before these packages you just have two spaces, such as 1 and 2. Again 1 and 2 like this. Otherwise, you will get the error while you run the application. Once you are done, get the packages. Perfect. Now it is time to create our model class. So within the lib folder, I will just create a new package and name it as models. And then create a new Dart file and call it node.dart. Create the class of node. Now this class will help you to represent your database table. And as per our requirement, our database node table will look something like this. It will have the column of ID, title, description, priority as high and low, and then the date when the node was added to the table or the database. And these are all the entries in the table. So here within our node.dart, well, I am using underscore just to make sure these variables are private to our own library or the application. Define the title, description, date, and finally the priority level. Well, among these, the ID and the priority will be of the type of integer, and rest of them will be of the type of string. And now let us define our constructor that will help us to create our node object. Now currently all of these fields are actually mandatory. So why don't we make this description as optional? Because the user may or may not want to enter the description. So here I will just cut it and paste it here and make it optional. As simple as that. Now let us define one more constructor that will also accept ID as a parameter. So I will simply copy it and paste it down below, and as a first parameter I will add just the ID. And now here we have some error that you cannot have two unnamed constructor within the same class. So here let us make this constructor as the named constructor. That is, give it some name such as with ID. Perfect. Well, if you don't know what is named constructor, then please check out my Dart videos where I discussed about it. Thereafter, create the getter and also the setter for all of these fields. Getter for ID, getter for title, for description, priority, and finally date. And now let us define the setter. So for ID, we don't want any setter because the ID in the database will be generated automatically. But for rest of these fields, let us create the setter. For title, now you can even have a validation layer here as well. For example, if the new title entered by the user is less than 255 characters, then only save the value to the database. Otherwise, do nothing. Now in the real application, you would like to have many more conditions. I have just given you a very simple example of how to add the condition before saving it. Then for the description, for priority, well, the value of priority will only be either 1 or 2. So let us have a condition for that. Well, the priority of 1 will represent the low priority, and that node with priority of 2 will represent the high priority. And then define the setter for date. Perfect. So now we are done with the getter and setters. So our next step will be to define a function that will help us to convert the node object into the map object and vice versa. Because SQFlite plugin deals only with the map objects. So here within our model class, let us define a function which will help us to convert a node object into the map object. First, instantiate a empty map object. Then insert title into the map object with the key of title. Similarly for the description, do the same thing. Priority, then date, and also the ID. So for that I will use. Now for the ID, I have to first check if the ID is actually null or not, depending on for what purpose this function is getting used, either for insert or update operation. So accordingly, let us keep a check on that. Perfect. And finally, return the map. Now you might ask why I have defined key as string and value as dynamic. Well, the key is string in all the case, right? Such as ID, title, description, priority, and date. But on the right as a value, we can have either int ID or string title. For example, here we can have int ID, or here we can have the same thing such as string title. So in that case, we have to define our value type in such a way that it works for both int and string. So that is why I am using the dynamic keyword, which will work for both integer and string in the runtime. And now let us define a function which will help us to extract a node object from the map object. Well, this function will be the reverse of what we saw above. So here I would like to create a named constructor that will take map as a parameter and will simply create the instance of the node object. So here extract the ID, extract the title, extract the description, priority, and finally the date. Now make sure all of these keys such as ID, title and description should match with the keys that you have supplied here. Otherwise you will get the runtime error. So with this we have just completed coding within our model class of Node. So in the next video we will create our database helper class. So see you in the next video. Thank you. Creating database helper class for NodeKeeper application. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the 7th video of this section. So in this video we will see how to create a database helper class and create the singleton object for database as well as database helper class. And then we will write functions to insert, fetch, update and perform delete operation. So here within your application, before you get started, within your pubspec.yaml file, make sure you have all of these dependencies. And now for the database helper class, let us create a new package and name it as utils, and then create a new dot file and call it as database_helper.dart. Let us create the class of database helper, and now on the top let us import the required packages such as sqflite plugin, then dart async package, then dart.io package to deal with files and folders. Also import the path provider, and finally import this node.dart file. And now let us first declare the singleton object of this database helper class. Well, this database helper instance needs to be in the form of singleton object. Now what exactly I mean by singleton? Well, a singleton object means that this instance will be initialized only once throughout the application. That is, throughout the life cycle of our application, we are going to create only one instance of the database helper class and use it within our application till the application shuts down. And now let us define our factory constructor. Well, when you use the factory keyword for a constructor, so in that case the constructor will allow you to return some value. For example, here I will return the value of this singleton instance, that is the database helper instance. And now let us initialize our object as well. So here I am simply calling a named constructor, which I will define it shortly. Let us copy it and paste it here, and now add a null check here. So this statement simply ensures that we will create the instance of the database helper only if it is null. So this way this statement will only be executed only once within our application. So here let me write the comment statement and here as well. And now it is time to define our singleton database object and then define all the columns of the database along with the database table name. So once you are done with defining the database along with the table name and also the column name, let us now create a function that will help us to execute a statement to create our database. Since I am using await, so here I have just used the async keyword. And now I will write my SQL statement to create our database. So just type along with me. So this statement will help you to create a database with required columns. So make sure you type it as it is. And now I will write a function to initialize our database. So here our first step will be to get the path to the directory for both Android and iOS where we can store our database. So here I will just use directory equal to get application documents directory. Well, this function belongs to the path provider package. And since this function returns the future object, so what we can do, we can just use await keyword. And now define the path to our database. Let us give the name to our database as notesdb. Perfect. And then finally, we have to create the database at this given path, which we are getting it here. So right now what I will do, I will just use the function of open database. And as a path, simply pass path and then give a comma. As a second parameter, pass the version, which will be 1 in our case. And then the third parameter will be the onCreate, where you have to pass this function of createDB. So this will actually execute this function to create our database ultimately. And now on the left, we have to get the reference to our database. And again, here we have to use await and finally return our database. Perfect. And also modify the return type of this function so as to get the better clarity, which will be future database. Perfect. So finally it's time to create the getter for this database reference variable. So down below here we will use the getter for our database and then return it. Now since our database object will be the singleton, so here I will just use the null check. If it is null, then simply initialize it, else return the older instance. Here I will again use await and then call this function of initialize database, thus completing our code. So whenever you access this database, then it is simply going to create the singleton instance here, which in turn will call this initialize database method, which will actually create or open the database. And to create the database, we have a function down below here, which is getting called from here. Perfect. Thus completing the method chaining. Now our next step, define the functions to perform CRUD operation, such as insert, delete, update and fetch. So firstly, let us write a fetch operation to get all the node objects from the database. First, get the reference to the database and then perform the query by using db.rawQuery method. So within this, you have to pass a SQL statement to get all the objects from the database. And let us arrange our objects as per the priority in the ascending order. Now there is one alternative to this statement. That is, you can also get the result by using db.justQuery method. You just have to pass the table name as a parameter. And as a second and third parameter, if you notice within this function, you can pass the column names, where, arguments, group by and even order by. So as a next parameter, I will pass order by and then provide this part here. Copy it and paste it here. Perfect. So these two statements are basically same. Just that in the first statement, we are writing the raw query. So using SQFlite plugin, you can write queries in two ways. First, by using the raw SQL statement, and the second one will be using the helper function by just passing the parameter. For example, we just saw in case of raw query and also the query method. Similarly, for the insert operation, we can do the same thing. Similarly, for delete and also update operation, we have the same thing. Now you might ask which one is better. Well, both of them are same. It just depends on your choice or preference. You can use any of these two. Well, I prefer the second one, that is the helper function. Fine. And finally, let us return the result. Now the result will be actually the future of list of map. So here when we query some data from the database, we actually get the list of map in return. Just because, as discussed earlier, the SQFlite plugin deals with only the map objects. So we are going to convert the list of map into the list of nodes later, but right now let it be okay. And now let us perform the insert operation, which will take node object as a parameter, and of course this method will be async. Now here I am just using the helper function of insert. I am not using the raw insert function. And also note that before inserting data to the database, we are first converting it into the map object. And similarly, for the update operation as well, let us write the same kind of function. For the update operation, I will pass few more parameters, such as where to update, where call ID equal to question mark, and also provide the where arguments, which will accept the array. For now, let us pass note ID and then return the result. Perfect. Let us perform the delete operation. For this, I am using the raw delete method. Perfect. Now in the end, I will write one more function to get the number of objects in the database. That is the number of records present within our table. To get the count of the object, we have a special function of sqflight dot first int value and pass the list of map objects and finally return it. Perfect. So in this way we have just completed all the functions for fetch operation, insert, update, delete, and also get the number of objects from the database. And also in this video we just created the singleton objects for our database helper class and also our database class. So in the next video we are going to perform the CRUD operation by using the application UI which we created in the previous videos. So see you there. Performing CRUD operation. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the 8th video of this section. So far we have completed to implement our model class as well as database helper class. So now it is time to connect our database to our user interface and see our application in action. So here within my application for the nodelist.dart file, let us first import all the packages. So make sure you have all of these imports in your file. And also for the nodedetail.dart file, let us do the same thing. Now let us come to our nodelist.dart and complete our code. Firstly, here I will get the singleton instance of my database helper class. And then I will declare node list, which will be used to display all the nodes within our list view. And then define the integer count, which will be initially 0. And now let us instantiate our node list object within our build function here. Well, I think I have done some mistake. I have to put all of these code here within my node list state. This will make more sense. So if the node list is initially null, then simply instantiate it. And now if you look at our list item, then you will notice our leading icon has some color based on the priority. Red for the high priority and yellow for the lower priority. So down below within our nodelist class, let us define some helper function. So here I will define the two helper function. The first one will be to return the priority color based on the priority. So this function takes integer priority as a parameter, and using the switch case statement I am simply returning the color based on the priority. And now let us write the similar function that will return the priority icon. For example, we have different icons based on the priority. So here I will write a function that will again take integer priority as a parameter, and based on the priority it will return the icons like this. Perfect. Let us move a step ahead. Also in the list view, if you notice, we have the delete icon. So on click of delete icon, we have to delete this list item from the database. So what we can do, we can just create a one more function and call it delete. So this is my delete function that accepts the node which you want to delete. So here I will write code to delete my node. So I will use the database helper class dot delete node method. Now this delete node method is a method which we have defined here within our database helper class in the previous video, remember? So now once you get the result, I will display a notification to the user by using a snack bar. And once the node is deleted, I will simply write code in future to update my list view. So down below here, first let us declare a function to display a snack bar. Looks perfect. let us use all of these functions such as delete, then get priority icon, and get priority color, and call them from our list view. So here within our leading icon, let us set the background color based on the priority. So I will call get priority color and pass the parameter as the node priority. Perfect. Similarly, let us update the icon. Perfect. Let us update our title. Also update the subtitle, which will be our date. Looks great. Now for the trailing icon, currently we have the delete icon. So we have to implement the on-tap event handler on our delete icon. But we have some problem. That is, you cannot simply implement the on-tap attribute or the handler on your icon widget. So what is the solution for that? So in Flutter, we have a special widget of gesture detector. So I will simply wrap this icon within our gesture detector widget. And here define the child, and as a child I will put this icon. And in the end give a comma. Perfect. And now you can implement the on-tap event handler on this icon and call the delete function. Pass the context for the snack bar and also pass the node which you want to delete. Looks great. So in Flutter, just remember whenever you want to implement the on-tap event handler on any widget, so in that case, simply wrap the widget within gesture detector widget and you are good to go. Now currently our node list is actually empty, which you can find it here. It is currently empty, right? So we have to write some code in order to get the node list from our database. So currently within our database helper class, we have a helper method that will help you to fetch all the node objects from the database. But here is the twist. From the database, we are actually getting the map list. We are not getting the node list object. So for that down below, let us write another helper function here. So this function will first get the list of map from the database and then convert it to the node list object. So here first I will get the map list from the database. And then I will count the number of map entries that we just fetched from the database table. And then I will just create an empty list of node. And finally I will write a for loop to copy all the map list objects into our node list. And finally return our node list. Looks perfect. So now we can call this function from our node list.dart file. So for that I will write a function here and call it update list view. So down below I will just create this function. So first I will get the singleton instance of our database. So once you get the instance of the database, then execute the then function. There we can get the list of nodes. So here we are using the same function that we just defined within our database helper class, this function get node list. Thereafter we have to use the then function, where you can update your UI by using the setState function. Just update the node list and also update the number of objects. Looks perfect. And now we can also call this function when we are actually deleting a node from the list view. For example, here, just call update list view. As simple as that. Our next step will be to implement the navigation. That is, if the user click on this list item, then you have to send a node object to your node detail page so that the user can edit it here. And also when the user click on this floating action button, then he should be able to create a new node object. So for that, let us modify the code of this function and add a node here and then pass this node object to the node detail page. Later on I will modify this constructor, but for now let us first modify the function call, which we have here within the floating action button. I will pass the blank node object. For the title it will be blank. The second parameter is the date, which will be blank again. And the third parameter will be our priority, which I will give by default as 2. Now similarly update this function within the on-tap event handler of our list view. So here again pass the node object which is actually getting clicked. So I will use this dot node list at a particular position which was tapped by the user. As simple as that. And now it is time to update our node detail constructor within our node detail.dart file. So here what we can do, update this constructor, create a field, and also make this app bar title as final. And now pass this node object to the node detail state. And also update the constructor of the state here. Perfect. So now we have almost completed the coding within our node list.dart file. It is time to code in our node detail.dart file. That is, complete the functionality of this page. So within this file, again within our detail state, let us define the singleton instance of our database helper. And now when we pass some data to our node detail page, then we have to display the node title as well as node description to the user. So for that, within my node detail state, within my build function, I will just type. So using these two controller, I have simply updated my two text field. Perfect. Now let us come to our drop down button. For the drop down button, if you notice, for the user it is a string, that is high and low string values. But in context of our database, our priority is basically the integer value. Fine. So we have to write a function so that we can convert this integer priority to the string value and vice versa. So down below here within my node detail class, let us define two functions. The first function will be used to convert the string priority in the form of integer value for saving it to the database. So this function will simply set the priority to the node object. And now our next function will be opposite of what we have just defined. That is, convert the integer priority to the string priority and display it to the user in the drop-down. This will again take the integer value and convert it into the string priority, that is to high and low. Perfect. And now let us call these two functions from the drop-down button. So here this is my drop-down button. So as a value here, instead of using just low, let us update the value. Get priority as string. Perfect. And now when we call the setState function, let us update the value here by calling update priority as integer value so that we can convert the value selected by the user, which is the string value, into the integer value, which is compatible with our database table. Perfect. So now we are done with our drop down button. Now let us come to our text field. I will write some code down below here. That is the helper functions to update the title and also update the description. So the purpose of these two functions is to update our node object with whatever the user has entered within these two text field. As simple as that. Let us call these two functions from the respective text field. For the title, within the onChanged event handler, let us call update title. Similarly, for the description, within the onChanged event handler, let us call update description. As simple as that. So this completes our code for the two text fields. Now comes the two buttons. The first one will be the save button. So down below here again, write a function to save data to the database, which will be again the asynchronous method, of course. Now while saving data to the database, we will be having two cases. The first case will be for the update operation. So in case the node ID is not null, we will perform the update operation. Now suppose the user has pressed the floating action button and navigated to the detail page. So in that case, we will perform the insert operation. Quite logical and simple. So here I will use database helper dot update and pass node as a parameter. Perfect. Now this function update node has been defined within our database helper class, which we saw earlier. Similarly, I will now call the insert function. Now in both the case, we will get some result, with the help of which we can check if our operation was successful or not. So down below here, I will check if our result was a success or a failure. If the result is not 0, then of course it is a success. If it is 0, then in that case it is a failure. So accordingly, let us call a function to display a alert dialog. Now let us create this function here to display the dialog. Well, it is the same code to display the alert dialog which we saw in the previous section. Nothing too new here. And I think I have done some typo mistake. Copy it and paste it here and also here. Perfect. Now in any ways, when we save our data to the database, we have to navigate back to our old page, that is note list page. So I will call here move to last screen function. Perfect. And here we have missed something. We also have to add the date to the note object when the note was actually updated or inserted. So I will use note.date equal to use the date format. Well, the date format class belongs to our Intel package and I will format it as the current date and time. We are now done with this function. Now let us call this save function when the user click on this save button. So let us move to the raised button, such as here, call the save function. And now our next step will be to implement the functionality for our delete button. So again, down below, let us define another function of delete, which will be again async of course. Here again we will have two cases. The first case will be if the user is trying to delete the new node. That is, he has come to the detail page by pressing the floating action button of the note list page. And in the case 2, user is trying to delete the node which already has a valid ID. So for both the case, let us write some code. For the first case, we just have to first check if it is null, then the user is trying to delete a new node. Display him a message that no node was deleted, and then do not execute the code further. Now let us write the code for case 2. For that I will use await, use the database helper and call the delete node function present within our database helper class and pass the node ID. In return, we will get the result that will help us to check if the operation was successful or not. So accordingly, I will now show the alert dialog. If it is a success, then node was deleted successfully, else some error occurred. Perfect. And in any ways, we have to navigate back to our last screen. So I will now use move to last screen. Okay, so now let us call this function from our delete button here. We are now pretty done with our application. Just that when the user performs some save or delete operation, we also have to update our UI within our first screen, that is update the list view. So in that case, I will again pass some value from this function of pop. Now the function of pop accepts the second parameter as well. Suppose if I pass true here, then the true value will be passed to our note list page from where our navigation began, right? And suppose if you pass here 23, then the value of 23 will be passed to the last screen. But right now I will use true here. And within our node list.dart, what I will do when I am navigating to my node detail page, so here I will simply use the await keyword and make this function as async. So here we are simply awaiting the response from the node detail page. So as a result, I will get the Boolean result. And in case if the result is true, then in that case we have to update our list view. Anyways, our result is always true. Call update list view. Perfect. Feeling confused? Let me talk about it. This true will be passed back to our note list page, which will be received here. Now in case if the result is true, then we are simply going to update our list view. Fine. Okay, so we are now pretty done with our application. Let us launch our application and let's see if everything is fine. So our application is now up and running. Let us start creating a new node. So by default our priority is low. Let us make it as high and then add some title, meet arrow, some description, save it And now here we have got a dialog, note saved successfully. And in our note list page, I have got my note. Let us add one more note with the priority as low. Save it. And there we go, we have got our second note. Now if you notice, our list items are arranged automatically based on the priority. Similarly, if you add one more note with priority high, then in that case, the new note appeared just above the lower priority note here. Fine. Now let us try to delete some note. Delete this. And yes, the note was deleted successfully. If you want to delete your note from here, it is again working perfectly fine with a snack bar being displayed in the bottom. Delete it again. Perfect snack bar. Let us now test our update operation. Save it and then try to update it, such as test update new. Save it. So our item was updated successfully as well. So in this way our application is working perfectly fine. So congratulations on successfully creating your own NoteKeeper application. Now in the next video we are going to find some flaws within our application and try to fix it. So in the next video we will give the finishing touches to our application and hence conclude this section. So stay tuned. Finishing touches and conclusion. Currently we are in section 4 and we are about to check out the last video of this section. Now if you take a look at our application, currently our application works perfectly fine. But there are some flaws. For example, if you go to the detail page and without modifying anything, that is without entering title and description, let us save the note. So here if you notice, the note was saved successfully. But if you take a look at the note, there is no title at all. Well, in the real application, this should not happen. We should always try to provide the best user experience. So for that, what we can do, we can simply add a validation layer on our text field. Well, I am not going to implement it myself. You have to do it yourself and take it as an assignment. Because in the previous section, we already saw the code to add validation layer to your text field by adding the form. So all you have to do is just wrap the body within the form widget and also convert the text field to text form field. And then within the text form field, add the validation layer using a validator. So take it as an assignment and provide the best possible user experience. So finally, we have reached the end of this section. In this section, we first covered in the phase 1 how to navigate between screens in Flutter, how to perform the asynchronous programming in Dart and Flutter by using Future API, async, await, and then functions. Thereafter, we entered into the phase 2 where we explored how to use SQLite database in Flutter using SQFlite plugin, what are singletons, and how to use plugin such as SQFlite, Path Provider, and also the Intel package. The final takeaway for you in this section was the NoteKeeper application. So with this, let us end this section. Congratulations on successfully completing this course of developing mobile applications using Flutter for both Android and iOS. Well, if you have made so far, then trust me, you know all the in and out of how to create a Flutter application.